The way that today went down is essentially we started the day at a point that might not be so obvious just taking a glance at this chart. It hasn't been dumping, like it didn't start at the dump. It started halfway through. Like, this is where the open is. So many of the people that started the day would have come to the open with a five wave move, where that was the first failure of the day. Five waves go down, and it did not make an inverse head and shoulders and make a three-wave move and go up. Effectively, what it did is it led everyone on, thinking that, hey, it's going to break the trend, had all the chasers chase, and then effectively went down. And we could see that that played out into what's ironic, because the five-wave move is supposed to make an inverse head and shoulders, and it did. Next, it made one here, and it failed that move too. But you can see that even on the right shoulder, it made a five wave move, which is another bullish pattern. And I mean, I bet you that brought hope to somebody, and it literally destroyed. So I'm like, well, who's it good for? Well, the people that found value in shorting yesterday and holding through the entire consolidation, holding through every single, and it's like yesterday I was very clear about just the name of the game every single day is to make sure that you're ending the day with a short. I said I wouldn't go to sleep if it took a day, if it took a month, if it took a year. Every single day we focus on catching the high and keeping it. And if you did that, well, today, what have you had to do? Well, you haven't had to do anything because you were right all day. Because this trade started yesterday. And at the end of the day, I wouldn't change a thing about what I had to say about it. That's for sure. But at the end of the day, they not only my main point is that if you look on Google and you find many patterns, what pattern today worked and hit the target? What trend break didn't fake break? What pattern didn't fail? And essentially, we can see tons of patterns fail. It's like the name of the game today is to make sure that the things of yesterday, the things of the day before, the things that worked visually for everybody to see are under attack heavily on a day like today. Now, what could cause that? Well, there is a report tomorrow. You could say that the funds wouldn't give up their assets for a simple report, but they might be interested in hedging. They might be interested in like taking off the risk for such an event where the people might take some control. Now, what a better way to do that than to get a hedge trade going and to sell off some assets so that the people think that there's a lot of sellers, and then they drive the market down, make your hedge profitable, lock in more profit on a highly leveraged derivative that can protect your assets because it's got a multiplier on it. It's using margin. It's got a lot more value in the marketplace than what you have in your assets. So essentially, it's a great way to protect yourself if there's some uncertainty ahead. And what a better way to do it than to get a nice head start on the profit, and get everybody focused on being a seller. So how are you supposed to accumulate your long when it's low if people aren't interested in selling? And at the end of the day, I think that that's what's going to happen. I think that this entire report, it's going to give everybody a bad taste in their mouth because everybody that's been trying to go long today has been destroyed, and essentially that's going to bleed into tomorrow. People will be thinking twice about going long when they actually should be. Um, Funny enough, I think that this is a great plan, and I think it's going to work against the public very, very, very swiftly because people will assume, like the past few days, that it's been very slow. I would assume that they thought that today was going to be slow, but clearly today is not slow, and it has no like something major has changed today than what it has yesterday and the day before. You can tell the whole team is there. Everybody's fresh. Everybody's woken up nice and clean, fresh, no hangover. Everybody's done with the holidays. Everybody's here and ready to push everyone out of their way. That's what I see right here. The majority of the public, they're presented with securities that can only benefit in the event that the market goes up. You have to open separate accounts and call people and so on to be able to even benefit from declines in the market in majority of uh, of brokerages. And that you're lucky if they even offer it. And I mean, times are changing now. Yeah, sure, it's becoming more available. to be able to short. But you want to know what's funny is you have to learn about it somewhere else because the platform's not going to tell you that you should be doing that. So it's intriguing. So you can count on the fact that people will have had to take a couple steps into the learning in order to actually be able to benefit off of declines in the market. And I think that it hurts a lot more people when we do things like this, when they can only go long. All those Robinhood traders and everything like that, and all those mutual fund traders. Everybody that's got mutual funds is long. There's no short mutual funds. It's like they're all long. I mean, and if they're bearish mutual funds, then they go long on them, and they're inversely correlated with the market. And I mean, like that's just the way they have things set up. Like, well, and how many billions of dollars are in that? I'm like, it's crazy, crazy. That's just one thing though. But it's one thing that like you'll find it if you go to the bank and ask them, hey, what should I do with 100 grand? You know, they're gonna put you in something that stagnates your money out and makes you exposed to the next big decline in the market, and they're never gonna tell you to sell. They'll tell you to keep buying even when it's high, no matter what, because it benefits them. And that's the interesting part about it. um, Because by the time that you're reaping the benefits of your investments, they won't be working anymore, and they know it though. That's the funny part. They count on it actually. I don't know a single investment professional that wants to be around when you sell your investments. Yeah, because that would mean that they're still working way beyond when they should be. So I'm like, well, I don't even know if they'd be allowed. I mean, maybe. I don't. You don't see like I don't see like 80-year-old people working at the bank and stuff like that though, but maybe, I don't know. Maybe. All the power to them though. They're found what they want to do. By that time, if they're if they're working there at that age, they're not interested in change, which is fine. But if anybody has an experience with it where it's like, you've went in on it because you think it's different, and it's like, why though? Like I want to expand on that thought, and go into it and learn from it, because clearly I think that could be useful. And I think that a day like today, it's very much, um, if you're not in, it's like you want to be very cautious and skeptical the first half of the day, I'd say. The harder it is for the people at the first half of the day, the easier it will be, I think, at the second, because they're interested in pushing everyone out of the way so that they can have a little bit more control. Not that they don't have it now. I think they have full control, but I think that the idea of chasers and such when we break the trend could be on the table. We have a lot of space between both trends still. So I mean, like, that means that either a lot of time or movement can happen before we make change, is what that means to me. So it's like, well, if we can have a lot of time or movement before we make the change, does it make sense to bet on that there's going to be a change now? Well, in theory, it's safer to wait until it's closer to the point that can influence the change. But in this case, we can see that point is either a lot of movement or a lot of time away. So those are things that can affect our ability to be correct. If the goal is a lot of time or movement away, well, we have to be careful. And effectively, it's impossible for us to get to the goal without having broken the yellow line. So, what if we exert tons of energy in getting to the yellow line? Is it as attractive to get to the target? Well, God forbid we didn't, exert all of our energy getting to the line that we don't have any to get to the target, because that can happen. So, doing it correctly is important. Building up the necessary amount of momentum to break the trend, could be one way to look at it. But as time goes on, it becomes more obvious that this is the trend. And in order to keep that the case, it will have to force more energy to keep up with that trend, or it will break in time. Now, what's funny is when that becomes an ultimatum where it has to keep moving in order to keep the trend, it becomes quite dangerous for the people that assume that it's going to keep running with the trend. I mean, at the end of the day, if it just has a little bit of time not advancing with the trend, it could go through it. Because every moment that it's not advancing with the trend, it's getting closer to it. And the closer it gets to the trend, the less space that it has to move around, and the more likely a small move can simply break the trend. And when the trend breaks, it can be like a snowball effect, where effectively every single thing that made that trend good could go out the window in the name of all of the new things that come with the next trend, basically. And they could have similar characteristics or exactly the opposite. Sometimes they have the same thing in reverse. Sometimes they do something completely different. And not only can it be just a trend break, but when we leave a channel, when we end a range, and end a pattern, perhaps if it's a large enough one, it can have an impact on the entire environment. Now we're closing some of that space with energy. It could have chosen to use time as its method, saving the energy for the trend break, but instead it exerts energy to get to the trend. Now, the last time that we did pull back, we pulled back this much. Are we using this much pullback to get to the trend? And could that mean that we're just in a counter trend move? You know, Getting to this gap right there, uh, same size as the other counter trend move. Could it be a fifth five wave move? It could be. At the end of the day. And how have they been working lately? Well, the funny thing is none of them have worked lately. Not in this trend. Since this trend started, it's been out for the five wave move altogether. And I mean, what could it mean to break that trend? Could it mean that we get five wave moves back again? The public will definitely think twice about playing the next one, I think, and we're closer to the next one working than ever before. Contrary to popular belief, 100%. Because people think that their experiences that have affected them, you know, they will effectively continue to happen. They expect them to affect them the same way when it's so not true. Just because five wave move works don't work today doesn't mean they won't tomorrow. But what's up?
Oh no, I'm just gonna say we actually just spiked on the green zone that I have down here
Interesting.
that I actually put down around November 14th or 15th.
Okay. Checking a couple other charts there. I have a couple other charts that are really old.
I posted a screenshot an exclusive call. You can see the red zone to the green zone,
Take a
and
look.
basically I didn't put it on Wix, as you're gonna see. You're gonna be like, why isn't it like on Wix or that
Mm-hmm.
much? I actually looked at a volume gap on the top. I zoomed out on a larger time frame, and then I saw that there was another volume gap that looked roughly the same size. So I cloned the top zone and I moved it down, and that's where we spiked to.
Yeah, yeah, I like it.
Oh, I actually have it looking nicer on the 15 minute. I'll post that for you.
Okay.
There you go. Now you can see the zones with the volume gap. Oh, I guess, yeah, you could have seen it there too, but
Yeah, it looks very similar. Did you
yeah, very
post?
similar.
It looks exactly the same. I'm like, what?
Yeah, yeah.
It looks like the same picture. On that second, it is the same picture.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, there. This one's on an hourly.
Okay, okay.
And I was just encompassing the volume gaps.
Yeah, yeah, I see that. I see that. Yeah, I like how
And yeah.
the red zone's associated with the wicks and spikes being at the top, and the green zone, nothing but wicks and spikes are also associated with it.
Yeah, yeah. Like I put that there. I think the zone's a little over a week ago, so it looked a little different. It didn't have as much volume in the red zone. I don't think.
That's okay.
Oh yeah, no. I mean like just since the 14th. We've filled up some of the gap a little bit at the in the red zone above, and now we're in the green zone. So
Hmm. I can see that the move that we made right now is basically one that just came back to the 261 from the underside. We did talk about that not too long ago, but it did take forever and it was moving um, very slow. All right, so I was just typing there, sir. Um, let me take a picture of this, and then I'm gonna post it. Right. But what I said right now. Say, today is full of danger. I'm certain it will lead to opportunity. But if you hedge the market, like I said the past couple of days, you can profit on this decline. Also, I'm confident that I will capture the environmental change of the day, so don't be discerned with the dangers as I explain them. Understand that the only way to stay safe is to understand how to deal with the danger, and that I'm confident I can show and teach everyone, the big players, are back in full force. You can see with the higher ATR and the amount of failed patterns. Just understand that today is good for the people that followed my rules yesterday. The market started down, expected people to be in, and then I tagged this. This is what I said yesterday. And I was like, since the holiday, the markets have been very slow. Every day is a focus to capture and maintain a short hedge for any positions held in the long-term exposure over the past few months. Tomorrow, there is a Fed meeting where we could see an increase in volatility in the morning, so that's something we could watch for opportunities. Even though the 16K area has been very slow, it has offered many technical levels that can be used when we leave this area, as well as an insight as to the market characteristics that we could see in the trends that come after this consolidation. What fibs or patterns have been working or failing are very important to retain the understanding of the environment, as it helps to identify that things are changing. I look forward to it. Today's high can be seen on the daily chart. I've posted a mini pic of it. Yeah. But essentially, like, how is it not clear that yesterday was all about shorting? Today, should benefit those that did the plan yesterday. The whole day encompassed within that plan, and everybody else is trying to catch it long, working hard for what? Something it's not even giving them good money. It's giving the people that held the short good money. Undeniably. There's one easy way to do it, and it's the right way. that's the that's all I could say. I just, like, literally, and that's the way that's in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. It might be hard to hear sometimes. My delivery process isn't sugarcoating, but it's to make it very serious, because it's not a joke, It's like, it's crazy to me that, you know, the people can get in on a whim, but then it's tough to hear what I have to say. But like, it is tough. It's tough for me to say it because I know it's hard to hear. At the end of the day, if you find yourself as an individual that's learning, it doesn't mean that you have to act on the information that you know. You can be uncomfortable with it until you are at a standard that I hold you to, like a good standard, like where you're like, well, why aren't you acting on this information? But until you know, it doesn't make any sense to really do anything about it. Because what information are you relying on? You know, and I'm like, well, at the end of the day, everybody, moves at a different pace. But if one is determined, time is no measure, because at the end of the day, you're gonna get what you want by the end of it if you focus on ensuring that you're using the right information. The first step is understanding the information so that you can use it. And a lot of people don't like to put that time in, because it does take time to understand that. It takes effort to understand information, to retain it, and then to be able to apply it. And in some way, no matter what we are good at in our lives, we do that with whatever we're good at. Like, we take that information of that thing that we're good at, and we utilize it in our life in a way that nobody else can. Or at least when you're doing that thing, could be a sport or whatever, and that's fine. But you're already familiar with the process, in a way, is what I'm trying to say. Because it could be anything, but whatever that thing is that you were good at, you can take those skills that made you good at that thing and apply them to this thing, and in turn, when you become good at this thing, you can apply the things that make you good at the other things that you do. And I'm like, well, that's pretty straightforward. But when there is such a one right way at any given time, it's like everybody's so opinionative, but then when they put their money into the market, it comes down to that moment. They, better move in favor of the way that they say it will move. And you know, there's no substitute for having an understanding. There's no substitute because there's no way that you can have consistency for long on luck. Like, let's go back to that thing that you're really good at again. You're going to tell me that somebody else could be lucky for a prolonged period of time and as good as you are at that thing when you've worked so hard to intend your success, to ensure that you get those results because you know what you're doing. Because you know you're good at that thing and nobody can take that from you. And that's the difference. And you know, what's that worth working towards becomes the next thing. If you've ever been good at something before, then you understand what that's worth. Maybe that thing that you're good at's not monetarily valuable. Say it's video games or something. Nobody's gonna like. I guess I'm not gonna say nobody's gonna give you money for that, but I'm just gonna say like at the end of the day, it's. I guess I don't know. Let's like all those streamers and stuff like that. I guess they get money out of it, but at the end of the day, it's uh, it's not something that most people think when they sit down to play video games that they're going to be getting paid money for it. At least I wouldn't think. The first thing that they think is it's going to be fun. Unless I mean, I don't know. Maybe things have changed, but at the end of the day, um, the point is you want to make sure that you're as confident in this as you are at those things that you're good at before you sit down and do them. Because you remember what it was like not to be good at those things. Because you weren't born at it, born good at hockey or something like that. You worked hard to be good at hockey, just like you can be work hard to be good at this. It's the way I look at it. Because I understand that it's possible to put energy into something, and time into something, dedication into something, and increase your ability to do that thing effectively, basically.
So if we bounced off the bottom of my green zone, would you say that coincides with the top of the red zone?
It very well could. Sorry, but yeah, no, it could very well be the case. Um, I like to find when I have green zones and red zones that that there is other confluences insinuating that it wants to make that range work, or wants to make that jump, or wants to make that distance. And in this case, I can see that it's like it repeated a very similar kind of movement to what it did on phase A before. It's not exactly the same, but in a weird way, like you can see that it started out with this kind of motion like that, right? Where it had this move and it came down, and then it had like a smaller move where it led to a low, and then it rallied beyond and then came down and did this. And I'm just going to show, as strange as that looks, that the entire thing happened again from here. Exactly the same thing. Like move for move. Like if you look at every single move as a point and every single reversal, so from here to here to here to here to here, oh, and then to there, that's not a 5-wave move. I'm just marking it. We can all agree that every single point right there reversed at the same time and is spaced out exactly the same way as the last move. Started out with the push, then the big dump, started out with the push, then the big dump, and then it had a smaller 2 to 3. Oh my goodness. And then it had a smaller 2 to 3. And then it came down into the 4, came down into the 4, then made a pop to the 5, then made a pop to the 5, so it did that. And then after it was done doing that, is it not true that it went up 1, 2, and then made a big one, and then down, and then up. And then, okay, let's look at that. So it went up, down, big one, big down, and then small up. Did the same thing. We get paid to notice this. It's exactly the same thing. 100%. And I mean, like, can we get that out of looking at this? Because it's really, 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 really clear to me. 100%. We want to make sure that that is recognized. And it's not like we have to see this before to understand that this is a sequence that's been played out exactly the same way as the previous one. And it is undeniably smaller. But everything that we've done here, exactly the same. I guess it's like that. That's okay. Pattern recognition. I can't explain it any better than to show you that it is. This is my proof that it is exactly the same thing as what it did here. And I'll post a picture of it. So it could be studied. But who says it? What about when we see this? Is everyone going to be able to to see that can we find a relationship with how the market's moving right now and how this is very likely to formulate in the future? I'm gonna move this over. Try and move it. Okay. This is what it's gonna look like when it's upside down, which is intense. Mark my words, we will find it point for point, move for move. Relevance is high, I think. Could we be doing a third one, but an extremely small one? You know, funny enough, it is 3 that it typically likes to do before ending the sequence. Now, what could be the value of breaking the trend? Well, not doing this, but maybe doing the inverted version. That's intriguing. Hold on a sec. In the event that we did the same thing in reverse, it could make what could look like a left shoulder to or sorry, a right shoulder to this left. That's an intriguing um, point. But what is the value to understanding the moves as factually as they have been presented. Because it is true that as much as we might not find this familiar because we haven't seen it posted on Google before, it is what the market chose to do, and it did it twice, exactly the same way. So are we going to neglect that and say that it's not a part of any pattern that we understand? But the market did it twice. So is it not best that we start to understand it? That's the way I think about it. And I'm like, well, God forbid we don't understand what this is because it's chosen to do it twice. Do we need to see it posted all over Google and 10 people tell us that it is a pattern and name it something before it actually is recognized in our toolbox? No, 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 no. Ineffective. But it is what the market chose to do. And because it's so clear, why is it not recognized? Because people want to be told, and I'm like, no, 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 not me, not me. It has to be, it's clear, and I can prove that it's a fact that it's happening, so we can recognize this is something that it needs to do, at least while it's in this trend. And maybe another trend of similar angle and similar time and similar size and similar environment may respect this as well. And that's my point. And I'm like, well, that's how I derive a clarity out of the environment, because we can see that there are similarities to things that it has done. It's like an inverse head and shoulders that has like a left shoulder inside of the right, and I mean it doesn't work out, it fails. So it's like that's tough on the people. There's evidence here like that this could be like an inverse head and shoulders. Like we've got left shoulder, and we've got the head, and then we've got the right shoulder. And here, I mean, everyone can see the giant inverse head and shoulders that it tried to make there. My sketch isn't amazing on that, so it doesn't look as neat as the actual price does. But if I was to just draw it over it again here, we can see 100%. We make an inverse head and shoulders, and it's supposed to go up, but it it didn't go up, right? So the end of the day, it's just adds to the environment. This is one way for an inverse head and shoulders to fail, one could say, because that's what it chose to do twice, and it chose to fail their pattern twice, and instead the people that can recognize it doing this might be safer if they understand that it needs to do this instead of needing to play out an inverse head and shoulders. Because in this environment, this is what's picked out of the pool of patterns over the inverse head and shoulders. The 5 wave move, I can see that it was 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then when we got to this point here, it too was an inverse head and shoulders at one point before failing. And just like it went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then it set up for the inverse head and shoulders, and it too was the inverse head and shoulders before failing. And I mean, how did it not do that twice? But what's funny is it started out with a pattern in the pre-market session that was a 5 wave move, and it led everyone on to that same neckline point that it did there, and then boom, 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 destroyed, right? How is it not doing the same thing that it did there? We recognize that? So that's huge. And what does this do for the people that play the 5 wave move? Well, anybody that's short has had to deal with one bullish pattern being presented to them, and then a bigger bullish pattern being presented to them, and then an inverse head and shoulders being presented to them. A lot of people that are short will have folded on that position, right? Because of all of those risks of holding through all of those bullish patterns. And look, was it not right to continue holding? And was it not right to follow yesterday's advice? So I'm like, yeah, that's the truth of it. I'm like, well, this is the result of having clarity as I see it. It's really interesting too, because it's like I don't know what it was, but even I was like kind of out of order when the market was going really really slow like that. It was super like I was like it's tough for me to like function, And I'm like, well, now we got movement, it's different. in a
0 to
2 point range.
2.5 range. Yeah.
Yeah, bro. The 2 point ranges get a little bit much sometimes, right? And they have been, at least. I'm glad to see that that's over. The people that are here today don't want to have anything to do with that. So I like that. You know, they're all about not ranging. You know what I mean? Like, where's the range today, right? Is it? It's a more like a channel, like definitely not sideways. Because what have we been doing every day for the past what was it? 12 days, 13, or no, that was sessions. 12 sessions. So it's more like more than that. So at the end of the day, I'm like it's been an eternity, in terms of consolidation time. Like we haven't spent that long in one spot for a long time. So it's nice to be away from it. Not that we're not going to be back at it, but the next time we do get back at it, it's not going to be the same way as it was. It'll run all over that range and bounce off of everything, I think. Not not like all terrible like it was before. And that's contrary to popular belief, I bet. Because the next time people see it get to 16,000, they will probably think it'll do what it did. I think. I think they'll all expect it to go sideways. Because that's what it gave them last time. They'll think their previous experience will influence their next, and I don't think so. I think the big players are back, and it's going to be completely different. Tomorrow's report, I think, is going to be pretty interesting because I can see it's set up pretty well for it. Like I said at the beginning of the day, the best play for the people with all the money was to be hedged. And what is it doing for them? Well, it's making them money on the hedge. So they're gonna end the day today like, look at how much money I made on the hedge. Huh? Like how not? Literally. 100%. I said this would happen yesterday though. So I just want to talk about this too. These ranges in here, right? They're relatively new, and I just want to talk about how they've been used today, right? And the amount of like lack of respect that it has for the levels that it otherwise respected. Like, let's talk about this green zone, for instance. Like, first off, it ran to it. You could see it exerted more energy going down than it really has since, for the past like few hours there or whatever. So it's like this is the biggest move that it's had in a long time for people that have been really patient with it being very slow. Obviously, pre-market or that's yeah, pre-market. And they got that move back to the green zone, and it showed everyone. It was like, oh yeah, we know what it's like to respond to the green zone. Anybody that expected that again was clearly not given it. And then when it got to the bottom, it bounced to the trend. And look at how the trend broke. Absolutely terrible. But wait, that was on a 5 wave move. You would think it'd be able to do more than that, especially with that kind of like rush. I'm sure many people chased it. That was the open. That was when people were allowed to trade. Look at all the respect it was giving the levels. After all, this is the daily downtrend, and then it broke right back beneath, making it a fake break. And it's a good way to understand it because it's a fact, and that's the way I look at it. I like to see that this trend, it was respected many times. Like it held many times. It broke and it had an ignition candle, and it came back for the retest with absolute precision. Like what's that? Right there, right? I'm like, that's huge. And then it came down again. I mean, it was pretty good. I had nothing bad to say about it. But then it's like, wow. After all of that, everybody saw what it was like to use that, and it wasn't used like that again. Isn't it funny that anybody expected that expected it to go up off of that line, didn't get the same results as they did before, but instead it fake braked, and And then what did it do to the green zone? Well, this was a range that it recently used to go back and forth, red zone to green zone. But then what did it do? It it when used it as a resistance. Well, just remember, green zones are meant to be used as support. It's supposed to bounce up off of it, and at no point was it ever used for that. It was used as a like a red zone. Like it came up in it, and it was like, yeah, you know what? We're gonna not only fail the resistance, or sorry, the support. We're gonna turn it into a resistance and show anybody that tried to use that as a support that it was gonna get to the it was going to be formed as a resistance. And I'm like, well, wow, that's interesting that they deliberately turned a level that was used for support into a resistance level. And then since then, it was on to a 5 wave move, which was also an inverse head and shoulders, two bullish patterns at once, failing. And I'm like, wow, okay, well, interesting. And then we get down into this area down here where it started to formulate the same kind of movement as it did before, where um, we could see it effectively doing this down here. And I mean, when it was finished with this point here, is it not true that it went down? Right. So when it was finished with this point here, it's true that also it did go down. But you want to know what's funny is at this point, at that point where I ended the pattern right there, at that point right there where I ended the pattern, the new one began. Now, did a new one begin again? Because it's definitely not part of an old one because both of these ended at that point. So what is it doing now? Becomes a question. Because it's not dumping off like it was before, and it's doing something different. So we have to recognize things have changed. It doesn't have any like well, doesn't have any. I don't want to say it doesn't have the space to do it smaller. It could have made it smaller. It chose not to, but it still went down. Interesting. Now, what it did in the process of going down is made a trend that it's never made before. And it's a threat. It is to the downtrend. It's a big threat to the downtrend. Because when we break that line, we're one step closer to the one that matters. And it's impossible to get to the one that matters without breaking this one. So we know that that's the first barrier of the first like line of defense is down at that point. So the risk becomes high. The closer we get to that line, the more likely it is that we break it. And it's going to break. So we have to understand that we're going to have to deal with its break at some point today. Because if we don't, I'll tell you one thing, we will have to be here by the close, not a point higher. Possible, but I say the trend breaks. I say the trend breaks probably before then. Because it's too much to expect out of it in the event that it doesn't. But we can just understand this is the first line of defense going down, and that's means that things really need to be considered for change. And I'm like, well, hold on. Its ability to go down off of this pattern, well, is it not true that after it finished this pattern, it went down again in the same force, kind of, that it had before? Like the big move happened and then it started the same consolidation in the same way. Well, there's no like big move anymore. So I'm like, well, is it this pattern itself that was causing the big move? Because I mean, it's clearly not making that anymore. So I'm like, well, what's wrong with it? You could say. And if you could say things like, what's wrong with it? Things must be changing, no? Are we just gonna let that slide? Right? I'm like, no, 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 no. We can't let that slide because it's such a big deal. I'm like, well, how could we let that affect us negatively if it's so obviously changing? So I'm like, well, it does present a risk to the environment. The yellow line is intriguing to say the least. Doesn't mean it's going to be friendly necessarily to the people that are associated with the initial trend break, but because a true reversal will happen on the break of the red yellow. So I'm like, well, what is it going to do to the people of this trend break? Does it have to treat them well? Not necessarily, but it's going to have to be a process of getting to the red yellow, breaking this one. It's going to have to break it. So, but it doesn't have to break it well. That's what I'm saying. And it could basically be part of an 11 low zone type deal that could even lead to this kind of environment. I'm like, well, what are the odds that we're making 3, 4, 5, and we're gonna do that crappy like thing again that we did over here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it's like, oh, I'm gonna break the trend, psych, and it goes down. And I'm like, well, yeah, okay. If it tried to make a 5 wave move, is it not true that we could consider that? Because like, what about the other 5 waves? 1, 2, 3, 4, psych again. And I'm like, it seems to be part of this trend's capability to produce 5 wave moves that essentially take people's money. I mean, like, well, this one is not like any of the other 5 wave moves. If we get to the red yellow line without dumping anymore, if we grind to it, I mean, well, that's undeniably going to have an effect on momentum and the way that we approach it. And I mean, I look at it and it's barely doing anything. It's not affecting nothing right now. But maybe by the time we get there, it'll change. That's a big maybe too, with a huge grain of salt. So all we can do is understand that there is time. Essentially, if it wants to be in this node that we're so comfortable in here, right? Well, it's got maybe what, 5 minutes for this trend to break, or else it's gonna have to leave the node. Because how much time do we have in here? If we wanted to spend this much time, we could still be in the trend and the node. But by this point, either the bottom of this node or this trend will have to break. And that's a fact. So we know what we're waiting for. We're not just mindlessly letting this take energy out of us because we don't understand what it's doing. We do understand it's coming to an ultimatum, and that's right here. 100%. Something will have to change. And we will be able to analyze that data for our advantage. Because it is true that this pattern, you know, it didn't really produce the same thing again, but what it did produce is this. So is it true that the next time we get a larger pattern like this, that maybe we could see this instead? Oh yeah, and it could be upside down as well, and people will not recognize it. So it's important to make it familiar if it is to be, incredibly common. Because what will the next trend be? What will the next trend bring? Sorry, if we've only ever seen one today, because we've been in this trend all day. Save the time that we were fake breaking it, right? So that's huge, and I think that there's a huge difference between this and this here. Yes, this is still a downtrend, and until we break that, we will be considered in the downtrend, but I think that this trend will have a lot of impact, and obviously it has to break before getting to the next one. And there could be even like another one up here. I'm not a huge fan of that. That one, perhaps. It's like I'll leave it and turn it down maybe. Because I don't want the emphasis off the red yellow. And I mean, like, look at the battle between the bottom of the node right there. And it's actually giving me deja vu to yesterday. A descending triangle. It's that descending triangle. I remember it was destined for failure, as this one is as well. The descending triangle is a bearish continuation pattern. So if it fails, it would break the yellow line ultimately. And I mean, the descending triangle, in the event that it works, you would think that it wouldn't break the yellow line and it would have the energy or capacity to double the entire range of the descending triangle before finishing the pattern. So to here, value of breaking that support line, according to Google. What would it mean to break the yellow instead? I'm curious about that. I think that whatever does come out of the bottom of that triangle comes back as swiftly as it leaves it. And I mean, like, well, okay, let's take a look at that for a second. Look at the node here. Like, we have a node here, right? have out of it? Well, this, could we get that? It must certainly be allowed, to say the least. Oh, and another thing. What if we get it here? Because is it not true that when we break the trend, we're looking for what could be considered the appropriate wick and spike? And I mean, yeah, sure, we could get it when we make wicks and spikes. That could be the distance that we make. And I mean, what is a trend break with an ignition candle that essentially comes back to do a retest? It's more like a spike, like even here. Like the entirety of the upwards move was pretty much taken back if you think about it, but was it not just a retest? Like, and I mean, it didn't even really retest, but my opinion, it was a retest. I think that's like how it's supposed to go down. It's supposed to actually try and retest the trend that it breaks, and at least when it does it properly. Sometimes it doesn't do it at all. Now we can see that we're coming to the ultimatum that I presented earlier between the two trends, one at the bottom that marks the support and the other that marks the resistance. Converging into the tip, essentially getting ready to increase the volatility as it leaves this confinement area. And one thing I just thought as well, like what's the power of seeing a pattern work for once today? What could that mean? Could that mean things are changing? I'm curious about the next thing that it does and whether or not it's going to be a pattern that it decides to actually make work after all the failures of the day. With every 5 wave move failing, with every inverse head and shoulders failing. Curious to see what the conditions are for the next one that works. My point is, basically. Just remember that no matter what the move is, it comes back to the triangle. Very likely that we make whatever move out of this and even the next one a wick and spike, no matter the size. This could be the preliminary move as well. The next one could be quite different, larger, faster. It undeniably looks like it chose to make a 5 wave move as well, with the amount of time that it spent here being similar to the amount of time that it spent here. And the move that we had at the beginning could be similar to the move we're having now. Because what this indicates is, yeah, it wasn't the same size pullback, but it delayed for the same time without advancing the same amount of time. So undeniably in a corrective wave. Everything returned back to the triangle as it should. Not every triangle will insinuate the same thing, but this one certainly had its conditions clear. Days like today are very important because I think, it's a show of force by the people that have control. 100%. They understand one way of doing it, and they make it clear that there's one way it should be done. And what's crazy is this move, it's really hurting the people that expect it to do what it should do on Google. I mean, that's not good enough of a move for a lot of people. And it's a bearish continuation pattern. So what does it do? It makes people into sellers at the bottom. I'm like, that's terrible. What a bearish what is the bearish continuation pattern? That's terrible. Bearish reversal patterns at the high, what you want. Because then you get all of the move, not the end bit of somebody else's move. Because it's not like another move isn't going to have another beginning. And why can't we value that point? Why can't we look for it, hunt for it, and only find ourselves a part of it when we meet those conditions? And until then, it's not good enough for our standards. That could be said, it's an option, but patience might have to be, what's the word? Gonna have to find patience to do that, discipline as well. To be able to wait for what's good for you. And at the end of the day, the more that you find familiar, the more that you can find yourself a part of it. That's my philosophy. So it is true that the spike out of the bottom did not double the triangle as it should on Google, but instead anybody that took like options contracts or stock trades in an assumption that that's what it's supposed to do, getting a lot of trouble right now. So let's take a look here. Descending triangle. Let's go ahead and look at the images that people have had.
I'm running into a trend line here too, yeah.
Yeah, this is the major short-term trend. See, like this is the kind of stuff that I see out there, where people are like entry here and expect it to continue going down to a target here, to double this distance, basically down, right? Well, when it does this, it's not very cool, is it? Right? So it's very tough on that. And you know what's crazy is I don't even know how many pages there is of this doing that. Basically, in my experience, it's been the case that having an opinion about where you should position yourself inside of any triangle really can have adverse results. It's best to be in from outside the triangle, but not to find value in the triangle itself. Because look at how it's going to treat everybody that's inside the triangle. It's like it doesn't matter if you went long or you went short in this area. A moment from now, it will make sure that everybody's seen a loss. Now, does that mean that that's the best price to have traded at then? If no matter who's traded there becomes a loser, unless they've taken such a small profit that it's like one of the smallest profits of the day. I mean, like, well, clearly this range isn't good for the people that have traded there. Should we find value in it? That's an interesting question, right? You know, you got to think about that. It's if it's not incredibly clear opportunity, I mean, is it true that there could be a danger there? I mean, yeah, you want to find sound, clear opportunity, yeah, opportunities that you're familiar with that don't involve any kind of hope or guessing of any kind, but expectations that have, clear results and clearly less risk than what they're paying in reward. I mean, it's true now that this pattern has shown us that it is capable of leading to this. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. We could do that. Because I mean, this is not this. That uh, no which way, shape, or form it's not that. Can't be that, right? So it's like this can lead to that. Well, it has led to that. And I mean, what's the price of not being able to do the thing that made this trend great? You know, what's the price of having not advanced in the direction of the trend for the longest time that we've ever seen since the trend began? Is that is that a change worth recognizing? Because it's becoming the case now that because we've taken so much time, it is being forced into an ultimatum where it has to exert more energy and leave its comfort zone in order to be able to retain the trend that allows it to do the thing that makes it great. But instead, breaking this line is something that it's never really done before in this trend. And I tell you, it's managed to break trends like this before, which is very similar to what it did here, I will say. But if it is to buy energy, how much is it going to buy? And is it going to be so much energy that it won't be able to be bought back out on the break of the trend? Or is it a matter of looking at this range like we were earlier and seeing what spiked out of the top and what spiked out of the bottom? And maybe we could get this at its best. Is there a chance that we could be doing even that? What's the distance from here to here to here? Yeah, it does ring a bell. We could be interested in that distance. Because we do have a node, and everything that we've ever done outside of the node since it's formed as a node, it's been interested in making into a wick and spike. So now we monitor to see exactly how it is different outside of the range. Can it act differently outside the range? Is it going to form a new pattern? Is it going to do the same thing that it did before it was in this range? Because this is undeniably what it did before it got stuck into this range. And I'm like, well, honestly, given the conditions, it would seem difficult. Like it's limited on time. Whatever it does do, it may not be able to finish. And whatever it does do, it's going to be outside of the comfort of this zone. So are we going to see that kind of tarnishes its ability to make clarity in whatever pattern it has outside of the area that it's comfortable, in the area that it has no volume or low volume? It's an interesting point. I was just looking back. So I was like, what did we do when we were here last time? It was a while back. You know, where we currently sit is on the high of this entire node. Pretty hardcore, if you'd ask me. Like it's pretty big node in the middle of nowhere. Like wow, it's just sitting out in the bottom of this like abyss here, basically. But I mean, you got to go back to find it, and undeniably, the current price is running into the top of that node. Like here, for instance, let me go back real quick and just mark it. So in this area here, you know, we can see that it's definitely. I got a lot of equality there. Spikes out of both sides. I like that. We do that again. Well, it's only interested in using the same node as it did before. Maybe it'll have the same kind of characteristics because we're running right into that node right now. At the end of the day, I marked it with a red zone. There, yeah. So basically, this is the top of the node. And it's like, okay, when we make strong advancements like that, I can't help but think that it's similar to what we did before. And could we be interested in making a smaller sequence? Well, so far, what I see is that it's come from here, which is this part. Very easy to mess this next part up. So basically, it's like I'm watching. Let's see if it wants to be doing the same thing that it did in the sequence before. Because if it is, well, I mean, we know what to expect for the next part of it. It's going to make another like 5 waves into a triangle, and that could just be this little containment area in here. Same kind of triangulation that happens in this environment after we're done this little sequence here. Like the first part, we've done this part right here, essentially move for move. I put them next to each other. We can see that that is this part of the sequence. It is that 0, 1, 0, 1, then the big down to 2, big down to 2, then up to 3, down to 4, then 5, up to 3, down to 4, then 5. Same thing. Will it do the rest? Well, I mean, it's only going to take 15 minutes or so to finish it if it's only doing that, right? So if it does one thing wrong, oof, wow, things are changing. Well, clearly, right? So, and I mean, what an easy way to screw it up. If it wants to screw it up, well, now's the time. And I think it's already screwing it up, 100%. Its capability to produce the same kind of movement is dwindling. But what's funny is it did the first part like it was separated, like it was meant to be analyzed in 2 pieces. Maybe we get this piece somewhere else. Let's watch for it. Because basically what I see right now Same thing, except it lacks this. That pullback. The only thing it's missing. Didn't make it. Whereas it was pretty strict about making it before. That would have been how it did it in the bigger version earlier in the day. This pullback right here. And the next thing that it's doing differently is this move right here. Is like here. Like we've ran all the way up now. So point of failure was at this point. Did everything up to that point right there. But anybody that expected this half wasn't given it. And it's like, well, okay, mark that down as a fact. And that is a point at which we can see that things can change. So we're going to mark that down as something that we understand now, and we can expect change at that time again, potentially, in the future, or next time that we see this pattern upside down, maybe. Could it be that it ends at that point there? At that point there? Totally. Given the opportunity, it would pay to recognize the similarity. Or you know what? I'll leave that on there. It's like this is A, this is B. The way I look at it, the way I understand it. I'm looking for B somewhere else. Maybe on the retest. Maybe this is the retest. Maybe we get a negative response and then we come back and retest it using this method. Maybe not that size, but maybe every move per move. Would not be surprised. Basically, what I'm saying with this is there's two ways, two parts to this pattern. The part that it's going down and the part that it's going up. And it did the way that it goes up differently is all that it's telling us, as a matter of fact. But it did everything to go down perfectly fine. But you want to know what's funny? Is after it did that for one last time, it decided to do something that it's never done before. Break a trend and not even retest it. With a move that could it be part of an inverse head and shoulders? Because every other time that we've ever went up as strong as this, it's always been part of an inverse head and shoulders that's always failed. Every time. But in this case, there's no real right shoulder. And the risks of making one is high. Because, you know, if they make a right shoulder, then everybody flocks in and they have to get rid of them. So then they have to fail it. But in the event that they can make an uncomfortable environment for the people not to try it again, because it's already failed for them how many times until they stop? Are they going to keep trying? Well, would be ironic to see it reverse on the pattern that failed the whole way down here, and wouldn't that be typical, I think. And it's a smaller version too, so it attracts less people. You know, people like the bigger ones and they just fail harder. Ones that are slow, they don't offer much excitement. And it's like the market seems to be trying to avoid people that are trading on excitement, but people that are trading on, information that, you know, shows that they respect technical levels and that they're hitting points because they make sense, not because, they're emotional or something like that. So it's really interesting. I think it can see like a lot of the volume in the morning is just placed at random spots, so it has to spend time getting those people out because it can't stand the idea of making them profitable from what I can see. It's like another way to look at the composite man.
It has to come down a bit for it to truly, give it a trend line that can go long. It's pretty steep right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a controversial point right here at the trend break, I'd say. Curious to see what we do with it. There is a node high here, which we may want to see at the ignition candle break. But there is a chance that until we break the overall downtrend, the next one, that it could be slow to it. And I kind of question whether or not it wants to have a negative response, because that could be on the table too. If we go triangle and then consolidation and then put the triangle at the top, I mean, we could get that. That's something that's totally on the table, and not the best of moves or whatnot, but could make sense. And I mean, that's not a bullish pattern by any means. It creates an uptrend that, could very well double down. It's intriguing too, because that kind of movement, we can even see it when we make 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I still think that this distance that we've been using undeniably is the distance of the average spike. Each spike that we've made, like out of the flat bottom, that was a spike, and then beyond that, we spiked that much. Curious. Spiking this much now. Certainly like to do that. And I question the 61. Like it's coming back to blue line. Kinda gives me deja vu the morning. See if it does this. because it comes down to it coming back to the blue line and rivaling the red yellow, and it is true that it's doing it here as well as it was before, except a smaller version. And everything it did do out of the bottom of that was a spike. As quickly as it left it, it returned. I honestly don't think that it's going to be as terrible of a trend break as it's leading on to be. Because I think it's giving people a smaller version of a previous experience. We've already seen this here. And I think that that will influence people to change and prepare for what they think is going to happen again based off of their previous experience. And it's funny when it doesn't happen. But the institutions seem to count on everybody thinking the same way. Because it's almost like rounding everybody up and then knocking them down. Basically, in the last sequence, the break of the red-yellow line was not part of it. And on the moment that we break the red-yellow line, we will undeniably be doing something different. Already we're doing something different. Where did this come from? I thought this sequence we're supposed to be dumping at this point. Not coming back to test the red-yellow line moments after we fake braked it. Because every time we've ever fake break that line, what do we come back to it moments after? No, 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 no. It was tanking. Made a huge distance between it. It wasn't so close. Where'd this come from? This is an environment that's grinding. It's like it better keep up with the previous ways, or else how is it supposed to keep the trend? And it's got moments before it's literally, uh, again, failing what it did before. And in the event that it did the small version of what it did before, well, that's just it. It would be a small version of what it did before. And I mean, what's the power of that? Should it be something that we should fear? Should make us think that, oh, this channel's gonna continue because it's gonna do what it did before? Well, just remember the size of this thing. Tiny. Like if it finishes the whole sequence, I mean, what is it gonna be? At 10 points or something? I'm like, what? Just let it happen. It's very like once it finishes, what does that mean? It's gonna do an even smaller one. It's gonna be 2 points or 5 points. I'm like, well, come on. It clearly is struggling to do the thing it was doing great, and each time that it tries to do the smaller one, it gets closer and closer to the trend. God forbid it breaks it. Maybe it won't be able to do this thing at all. Because it is a thing of this trend, and without the trend, oh man, what if we can't do it anymore? What if we do the thing of the new trend? And I'll tell you what, the new trend is already looking like an angle like that. I mean, we've been working on a pretty decent angle, because it's not like we're running straight up. It's like we've got already a 48-degree angle, and we're working on it, making it better and better and better, harder to break, less steep, less weak. And it's also in turn harder for people to still maintain exposure to it. The deeper it makes the next trend, the less people are likely to be inside of it. And anybody that found excitement in the pop and instead of value in the drop is being taken out. Because it's like, well, why didn't you value it down here when it was before it reversed, before it broke the trend? And everybody was buying after it breaks the trend. And, and even then I'm like, well, do you think that this position is going to survive for long? I'm like, well, probably not. After all, there's a huge event tomorrow. And it's likely to wipe out anybody that's in this consolidation by the time we're done with it. I don't think that this node right here is being, you know, constructed by the best and biggest players in the game. It's trapping people in an area that's not really leading to much profit for anyone that's ever associated with this level. That's the irony of it. That will change, obviously, as we will leave the level, but yeah, we've got moments before the trend break, it would seem. The difficulty goes right into the end. The 61, though, is play. And it's like it's counting on the fact that a lot of the people that are looking at this short term of a pattern are going to have been wiped out in all the other failed patterns. So can we make something so simple work? Well, it's counting on the fact that people aren't going to be involved with it if it does work. And I still think that there's people around. They're going to chase it. They're going to need to be dealt with. So any kind of pop that we see is subject to having a major chaser retracer, as I call it. But we are getting a lot of wicks and spikes at the bottom of that node right there. We're not really making much volume outside of the bottom. That's two major things to consider on the short term that insinuate potentially the need to use more of the whole of the range. And I'm like, well, what's up with that? You know how much volume we have concentrated in this little area? Does it look like we're only using that little area? Because it looks like we're using a lot more than that little area to me. And I'm like, well, it's also true that anything we've ever done outside of that area has returned as quickly as it left. No? Could this red yellow line change that? Because I'll tell you one thing, being under this red yellow line now, well, before it used to mean we would go down. But now does it mean that? Well, we haven't went down in a long time, so I mean, this red yellow line isn't essentially doing what it did before, because it's not giving us the same results being underneath it. Things have changed, you could say. You could say, where did this come from? Now, after all, we haven't made it even, which is disturbing. The fact that we can make it even is something to consider. We haven't really, though. Okay, that's weird. You know how this spike right here, it starts right there, right? Starts at the high of the gold bar, undeniably. Like, let's take one and end it at the gold bar. Is it not strange that it ended at that point? Suspiciously particular that they both start and they both end at the same point. And what's there? The POC. The people that decide to find value at the spot that's the worst price. Because it's not the best price for people going long, because that was down here. Not the best price for people going short, because that was up here. So who trades in here gets away with a profit? Well, at some point, if they're still in from that level, they've seen a loss. So I'm like, well, undeniably, that's not the best place to trade then. Never has been. And it never will be, because there will always be a better price than that price. So it's interesting to see that so many people find value in it. And it's like, is it not true that it spends most of its time at that area? For the time that it spends at the best price, it's actually incredibly minimal to the time that it spends everywhere else. Like, let's take this whole picture here, this entire area that we've been spending at this node here. And like, for the times that it's spent at the best price, how much has it been there? Maybe 5 minutes? Separated by, what, an hour of chop, of crappy prices that don't lead to immediate profits and that, linger around and kind of create mental chaos. I'm like, yeah, that's what happens. So it's not good to be in the mental chaos area in the middle. The mental middle. Yeah. Good for profit taking, not for entries, you could say. Not to say that no entries have ever been profitable out of it, it's just there's always been better entries. And we can choose to have value, find value in the middle entries or the ones that have been better. Now you might be waiting for longer to find what's better, but that's where the market is telling us that for everyone that sits down, they had to be patient for the best prices too, if they caught them. Not to say that, you should even be trading this range, but I'm just using it as an example. And at the end of the day, how many ranges have we seen do this? Like, I'm like, could I say that, this is a really common pattern? And is this one way that the market has shown us that it can do that? So, is it allowed to do it this way? And should we allow it in the future? Well, why not if not? Becomes the question. And I'm like, if you have a reason, let's I would love to hear it. But it's very interesting to see how many different ways that it can do this, you know? Like if you notice it's even doing it again here. So it's intriguing, I can go this whole way with, having an understanding of the environment and constantly being, you know, busy with finding an understanding of the environment or finding more information that's factual that can lead to my comprehension of what's going to happen next and yeah, what leads to my ability to comprehend what's going to happen next, yeah. And sometimes what you know is going to happen is absolute, sideways movement or just not good enough for you, and you have to understand that that's that's a play. Like that is a play in its own, like being neutral, and it's a defensive play, and it's acceptable. There's nothing wrong with it. Because everybody's all about quickly, and that's one, like fast and quickly are two really dangerous words because there's no substitute for doing it correctly, right? And if it's going to be done, it needs to be done correctly. Because or else what? Does it matter? Like it does. It's like it totally matters. You want to make sure that you're not doing it incorrectly. Even if you have to wait, because and it all starts with people waiting. You have to wait to be able to understand the information. You have to wait to be able to learn the experience to even just visualize a pattern. There's some sort of kind of discipline that has to be you know uh, employed. Like you have to sort of use the discipline to not get in before you know something. And it's like once you know something, then you have the ability to wait for it. And that's a huge thing, and understanding what that thing is when it looks like it's not going to work is a huge thing as well, because everybody likes to learn what patterns look like when they work out the best way, when they're the best way for you. But don't you think it's valuable to understand when they don't work out too? Or what things can mean they don't work out? Like what environment could you put that pattern in that doesn't make it work? Well, at the end of the day, if it can form and you can find there's times where it does work and there's times where it doesn't work, what would it like if it wouldn't make any sense not to learn the ones that don't work. Like it's like if it had some sort of physical danger associated with it, like people would like make like courses on it and like tell you like you have to get a license before you do this to show us that you're not going to hurt yourself. And I'm like, well, it's interesting that it's not like that with this. And another terrible trend break, add to the terrible trend breaks of the day, But it did manage to bring everything back to the point that everything's brought to when it's finished with every move that it's done. Now, one thing that's different about this crappy trend break than all the rest of them is it was the one that couldn't get away earlier. And, it was the original one that did form like the most predominant resistance. Like it even came back to kind of respond negatively to it there. So I do like the fact that it ran into it on the short term, showed us that it responded negatively to it, and then it had an ignition candle that showed us that it came back to do the retest. And I mean, like, oh, I don't need to see any more to understand that it respects this line, and that it's showing us that its relationship with it is coming to an end in the best way that it possibly can show us that a trend is going to end. Like, what's the process of a trend break? Well, that ignition candle breaks, it gets through the ignition candle, and that ignites the change, the break of the trend, and then it comes back to acknowledge that trend that it just broke in the retest. And what's next is the continuation. And that has been the part that it undeniably has struggled with so much today. Like, let's talk about this one here, for instance. When it broke that trend, it came back to do the retest and tried to do the continuation and did that. Well, it's not going to be hard for us to say, hey, by this point here, if it's doing anything but going down, we've got something else. We've got a new way to break the trend, and just because it's small doesn't mean it's not happening. The long-term people they might neglect it, but I won't. I think that it could lead to a very large move, and all the people that are interested in the large moves seem to not be interested in the short-term ones. The people that are interested in the short-term ones don't want to have anything to do with the long-term ones. I'm like, well, disadvantage to being a specialist. When the market makes long-term moves and the market makes short-term moves, why not make them all good for you? Because it will always happen. And to specialize so much in something that happens sometimes is not effective. It's just not effective. Maybe if you're part of a team where you have, another side of the company that's focusing on long term, oh yeah, it's effective. But if you're an individual, and they don't train people to be like that, because you're always going to be trained to be part of a team and just to be a small part of that big team. That's what people get trained to be. So it's kind of interesting. That's the information that's provided. But they don't teach versatility. They teach you to be a specialist. And it's like people take pride in their specializations. And I think that, you know, they've been tricked into not having an open mind. And I think that that's my opinion. Like I'll hear what everybody has to say about everything, but at the end of the day, it's like if I see that there's one right move to be taken, that's the move I want to be on. It's like opinion or not, it's like I dare to go against it. I don't I don't. So it's either I go with it or I don't do anything at all, right? So and if there's nothing to do, well, and that means there's nothing to do for Warren Buffett that day either, right? There's nothing to do for your favorite investors either, because it's going sideways for them just like it's going sideways for us. And it could be good for us or it could be good for them, but it's not good for them because clearly it's not moving anywhere, so it shouldn't be good for us either. That's my point. So the in a nutshell, it's like don't settle for less. Even if that's what the market's providing all day long, doesn't mean it has to be good for you. Because one thing that we do understand is that it will make moves again that are bigger and clearer and safer in turn. And when the market undeniably is presenting us with a series of smaller moves, the safety that it has presented over the course of the past few hours or couple hours has been minimal. Unless you're trading back to the mean in expectations that it's not going to make a trend and it's going to continue consolidating, then that's fine. But I mean, what it has offered has been minimal in comparison to what it can offer, clearly. I'm like, well, undeniably, we are continuing to do the perfect trend break with the retest and continuation. At the moment that we passed the high of where we retested, we are in the continuation. I mean, you could say that this is starting the continuation, but it hasn't truly continued anywhere until it breaks that high, is my point. And I'm like, well, we want to see them on top of the node. You know, getting on top of the node and testing it from the other side. Seems kind of like a waste of time, but it is what it chooses to do on ending many of the consolidations similar to this one. And the dead zones of today haven't been like the ones of previous days. You can see that like they have interest of some bigger players, you know, and they're ensuring that it moves well, that it moves correctly. You know, it's on their watch that it does this. And I think that leading into tomorrow, it's really important for them to maintain control on a day like today because of the risks of tomorrow's report. And I think what is going on right now is, like I said in the morning, all the hedge trades that have been taken, profitable, and then what do? They get everybody to trade right here. What does that provide them? The ability to take some profit. They lock some profit in prior to the report. If they make a giant S wave for the end of the day, it could create some nice indecision for the end of the day into tomorrow's report. And if it ends the day on a pattern that insinuates a movement, I wouldn't be surprised if it was wrong and failed the pattern. We shall see. If it's one that we've done earlier and failed multiple times, there's a chance that it works. Like if we do this exact inverse head and shoulder again, people will think that it'll treat them the same way. It probably won't, so we'll be watching for that. But any other pattern could fail. Like this descending triangle as well, it ended up failing. Like whatever it did out of the bottom of that flat part, it took right back and did not offer anybody what it says on Google to double it down. Like I mentioned before, right? It did not do that. Instead, it costed people money that thought it was going to do that, pretty much. And who would choose for that? You know, if all the people could just make money off of the same pattern because they see it the same way, why would it ever fail? That's my next question. And who would benefit out of having all of the individuals think that a certain move, like an inverse head and shoulders, is going to have a certain impact, and then all of them losing money? Where's that money go? Because it's not like there's the opposite side of the spectrum and there's like half of the public that think the inverse head and shoulders is supposed to go down. They all learn that it's supposed to go up. And it does go up sometimes. It has went up. So I'm like, why would they treat people like that? Because in theory you would think that everybody that learns the same pattern could all benefit off of the same pattern, and we could all just be one jolly, you know, band of individuals that all understand the patterns in the same way and we move it the same way, and everybody gets to make money alongside of each other and everybody's happy. But instead people get destroyed on patterns that have otherwise worked before. Why is that the case though? Because we can't neglect that, or else we're in danger of making that our formulating that for ourselves. If we just like, oh no, head and shoulders, they're totally supposed to work. Don't mind that one. That one's just like nothing, right? You know, we'll just brush that under the rug. It's not going to happen again like that. Oof, it's rough. Totally going to happen again like that. How many hundreds will happen like this? Thousands. And I'm looking at this one here and I'm like, well, look at this, how it managed to make a left ahead and then come all the way down to the right and grind just to get to here. I'm like, talk about a tough time to push something out. Interesting. You know what that reminds me of? Ironically, I don't talk about this pattern much, but a cup and handle. Like if I screen like that, you can see it's like a little teacup with a handle or whatever. That's like the idea, but I can't stand that pattern. That's why you never hear me talk about it. But I can't stand this pattern either. All I could tell you is how much I thought it was gonna fail, and how much I don't like it, and how much on Google it says to do one thing and it's not barely ever capable of doing it. I'm like, how do people still think it's going to do it? They still just read Google and assume it's supposed to do that. I guess it's in the textbooks too, because they don't change even when the market does. So how are you supposed to develop an understanding out of a book then? Well, you get an idea of what the pattern is, and then when you see that the pattern fails half the time, what are you supposed to do with that information? It kind of leaves people in the dark. And it shows that it's not just the pattern that you have to understand. Intriguing, we managed to make a spike out of the top of the node, as we were supposed to. Everything that we did out of the top of the node has returned back to it, but the idea was, I don't know how many times I said I wanted to get on top of that node. We just got on top of that node. And that node has become support for the first time in I don't even know how long time, an hour, something like that.
198 off that B point down below.
188 off the B
W.
point. Yeah, yeah. I was just about to draw that one in. I'm more interested actually in these ones right here too. I'm like, what if we make like this one?
Yep.
That one could be good.
Just between the two nodes.
Yeah, and it's
Yellow
a
and the red.
second. That was like it did a 5-wave move correctly there. I was gonna make that into like an M that was like a W, but I'm like, well, hold on. It kind of already did that here. And I'm like, this line is very much in play now. We're gonna go ahead and just turn that up again. Because we can see that the break of the red-yellow line, I mean, that line broke really well. And I mean, it was the line that was fake braked earlier. The line that, if anybody showed up late today, they would always draw the yellow line in. Nobody would ever draw that line in. And I mean, why did that line get so much attention? Why was it treated so perfectly? Like nobody was in its way. Like they could move it freely. Yeah, it's kind of intriguing to me. I think there's a lot of value in understanding which line is important to the market. And that line provided a better entry than buying at this line's break, obviously. You wouldn't want to buy at the high of a green candle meeting a trend line, especially when we've been notorious for doing what to the major trends? Like exploding down. Like just like absolutely going down like so hard off of any kind of sight of us even thinking about breaking the trend. It's like, nope, absolute destruction. And look at this now. Where did this come from? Because we got rid of that red yellow line, and that was the red yellow line that meant destruction every time we met it. And look at how it's acting now that we've broken it. When have we seen that? Like a retest that's flawless and then a move to a trend that didn't have a negative response? I'm like, whoa, hold on a second. This is different. And not to come back down to the B point? I mean, when have we done that? When have we crossed over a previous step? You know how many times it's come down in steps and just made it easy for the people that have the last step to continue holding because it doesn't come back over? Because every step is lower than the last. And it's done a really good job at literally anybody that's found a short trade can drag their stop down every single step without losing their position. Until now, look what happened. With one swift swipe, all of the steps destroyed. All of these steps wiped out. I mean, that's why it's so easy for them, because it doesn't last. That's the idea. You ever find that it's that case, you want to be careful, especially when there's not an event. Like there's an event tomorrow, but the event isn't impacting us now. Tomorrow when the event does impact us, that can be a prolonged impact, depending on severity of the report and the volatility that it brings.
It's
Oh
coming
yeah,
off the 241 and hit that trend line that I have there.
interesting. You know what?
Stealing.
Oh, good, 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 good. This as well. I'm having like deja vu with something that might want to do that, because I'm like when it responds to like those weird fibs and comes back like from 141s, I'm like that just wants to go to the 161. and then come back to the 141, and then go to the 188, and then back to the 161. I'm like, seems like a big waste of time, but it screws everybody over. It's one way to do it. And I mean, that kind of staircase to the downside that we were seeing, it's kind of happening to the upside right now. So I'm like, well, even on the very short term, what happens when we knock out a step? Like, is it gonna change things? And under no circumstances do any stops go above B points, of course. There's 2 B points here. And are they allowed to hit? Yeah, they are, they are, they are. I mean, this one's not going to look very nice if it gets hit, for sure. Could it be left? Oh yeah, it could be left. But no stops are safe above it. In the event that it does get hit and continues on, it would be tragic to lose your position just because you put your stop above a B point, basically. Because how many times in the recent moves have we ran up like this? And every bearish pattern here is playing out, you know, right? Like they all hit the B point. Every single one, except what's going on though. Every single person that's a bear that understands the market gets to profit, gets to profit, gets to profit, but it's going up the whole time. And obviously it's not always going to have people hitting the targets. You know what it does is it's cheeky sometimes, and it'll say, all right, you know what? This one we don't get to the V point. We'll throw them off. And it does. It does. Big time. You betcha it does. Wow, what a retest. The audacity to run to the trend, to break it, to retest, and choose to continue flawlessly. Interesting. Interesting. We are running out of node though, I'll tell you that for sure, which is a risk to the trend that we have that brought us to the high of the node. And I mean, that's this trend. How much time do we have with that? Well, it's going to have to be the high of the node or this trend in the next 2 minutes. We know that as a fact. So, unless the market halts, right? We will have to deal with one of the two things. Either the high breaks or the trend does. And both of those things can influence change. Between the high and the trend. And it's like, what's the 141? I mean, where'd that come from as well? So it's all really kind of tough. We're at the 261 of the short term one, probably. Almost. And I'm like, that's tough. Did tap it a bit there. And it caused the trend to break. But what did it offer? Minimal in points. Gotta get the B point. I can see that there's a gap at the old 188. Sometimes we've been seeing the 261s can lead back to the 188s. So keep that in mind that there is a discrepancy at the 188 itself. And that's just, good to recognize, I'd say. The B point and retest again of the downtrend. What's funny is it's not the B point to the 261 that it reversed off of. Not at all. B point to this one, the 141. So under no circumstances has anything played out, and this B point is not considered tested. It's funny that that is the fact of the matter. And the amount that we chose to pull off just so happens to be a
It did
suspiciously
get to 261
particular. Yeah, I know, but it didn't come back down
from
to
the
the.
B point.
No, not from its B point. It didn't get back down to its B point.
No, I know, not yet. No.
Yeah.
Well, it's got that trend line too.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the danger though, because I can see that there is a sideways move that we made that's suspiciously particular to the amount that we pulled back here, separated by the largest move. So I'm curious if it wants to be a 5-wave move. And I'm curious if the 5-wave move will fail like the other ones did in the morning. Like, you know how the other 5-wave moves could end up leading to new lows? Well, does the 5-wave move that we're on now lead to new highs? That's the interesting part. Because every downtrend of the day is broken at this point. Like like there is a new downtrend that was formed 5 minutes ago essentially. But I still consider this one the downtrend and it's getting a retest, and that's normal. What it did out of the top basically came back to test this node as well.
There's that separation there too, between the yellow and the red on the floating zone.
Yeah, where the concentrated area was in the gold.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, there's still a gap between the 1 minute and 15-minute RSI, so
Let's take a
they
look at
still
that.
come down to meet each other.
Oh, that reminds me of what was it, the daily that we were looking at? Take a look at that.
Mhm.
Whatever happened? Oh, wow, okay. That's
See?
weird.
Yeah.
It,
It's like you said, it's bringing the daily down, but they will come up to meet each other someday.
well, the thing is the daily can be brought down to meet the orange one now. And it might look like it's testing, because all this could gyrate down for one more tick and it would look like it's touching it, I think. Maybe. It's possible. I mean, like it did here, kind of, like it was like, oh yeah, it's not there, but then when it ripped down really far, this one probably came down to test it. Or kind of like what happened in here, maybe. Oh, we'll see. I think it was good effort, though, at the test. Like, you could see it really respected the need for it, and it tried to do it. And I mean, like, when it doesn't get all the way there, I'm like, well, it's most likely obstructed by the public that doesn't see the need for it. And doesn't mean that it won't happen in the future, but sometimes, like, we've been ending patterns a little bit sooner because of the fact that everybody, like, piles in on it. Sometimes it stalls out. And in this trend, the way that we've managed to move so far, it's like the circle at the beginning has managed to come back to it, and then here, we didn't really come back to it yet. And I mean, could we manage to move up off of that kind of movement and then start to go up and sideways? It's like, well, in theory, we technically are. Like, this was a consolidation, and it did take back the whole move. And I mean, this was a consolidation. It undeniably made a hard move out of it, and more than doubled the consolidation and its value, um, as well. So its job of consolidating to provide a big move upwards, it's been the case of every single consolidation that we've had since the low now. And it is, when we are consolidating, it is to provide this amount of movement. And it just seems to be that that general confinement area seems to be required before we get this movement. And, I can't help but see that we've chosen that confinement area yet again. And could it have the value of producing this much energy like it did every other time while it's been in this trend? Because this is the trend now. Until we break it, it is an uptrend. You could see it as a channel even, potentially.
And if it makes it to that trend on the bottom there, it's going to hit the B point.
Yeah, it could, yeah. It's really interesting because it'll have to get through the node, and it seems like it's struggling with that right now. Curious about that.
Yep.
It could leave a wave with a gap here, because after all, it is like a 5-wave move, and if there's ever an appropriate time not to get to a B point, um, like 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 that, I mean, the fifth, this wave right here, it doesn't have to get hit until after. And I mean, that could be just like this has to come, and then that's the after part. I'm like, well, that screws a lot of people when it goes up like that and gets everybody out of this consolidation to become at a loss before actually coming down. Because the fifth wave ideally is actually supposed to go higher. I mean, just a bit, just to screw everyone, really, I guess. I mean, what it does. So at the end of the day, that could happen. The one thing that's really, really, really annoying me about it is I'm like, who plays the 5-wave move from the bottom of the day? I mean, it's not a very good spot to have the pattern if it's to be an effective one. Like, it's more prone to doing the same thing that it's done in reverse. Like, let's take a look at the first 5-wave move that they showed us today. Like, it was like, oh, everybody, I'm working, and then it took the entire value of the pattern itself and like just smashed it through the floor. And I'm like, well, what's up with that? Is that suspicious? And are we going to do that to our first 5-wave move in the opposite direction that was responsible for breaking every downtrend that we've had since the beginning of the day? Could it do that too? Or what? Because it could. After all, that's the value of being exposed to every trend break here, is that you potentially could get the same pattern in reverse that we had before, ending up right back in the middle, potentially, leaving the day more like this. Except it started here. And I'll tell you one thing. We've had a 5-wave move already in this little area here. 1, 2, 3, or you could say 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. That was pretty spot on for a 5-wave move, I'd say. You don't want it to be much different than that. What did it do? It went 1, 2, and 3, and that's it. Now we're stuck at this as a support. Got a B point down here. That's the wave 2 kind of deal. This is the POC.
Didn't go much past the 15-second RSI.
The 15-second. Like when it popped above it.
Yeah, not much past that anyways.
Yeah.
It's been riding it down.
I do think that we're getting closer to breaking that than ever before, though. Because when we break this trend, it'll have to be breaking that, I think. And it's just a short-term thing, but everything we've ever done away from it's always come back to it too, and I think that's until it breaks it, which is sooner rather than later. Almost at that B point too. And I wonder if it'll hit the green at the time that we hit the B point. It's possible. Yeah, RSI hits the green. Which is weird for the RSI to be hitting the green so high into the trend. But it easily could be the point at which it continues. You know that blue line connecting to the green?
Yep.
Yeah. And then, you know, the more I look at it on the short term there, I see like this.
There you go. Hit.
Yep, that's the B point. And it's kind of doing this. A blue line, I think, can be drawn across these lows. As short term as it may seem. And I guess some fibs from the entire low to high. 61 becomes an interesting level. Very close by at the low of the node. Just getting its response right now. Doesn't have to be big. Now every B point has been cleared. Now we've got new ones up top only. The entirety of that consolidation hasn't been cleared like it's the second wave now. Just like this one, it's basically the same, but in reverse to these two levels right here. Just like we have 2 levels there, 2 levels here. And just remember that every time that we've taken a downtrend today, right, and fake braked it, you know what it's meant? A new low? Be interesting if it didn't make a new low. Because the power of the trend break and the fake break wouldn't amount to it making a new low. Well, that would be a significant change. But instead, one thing that we've never done before is make it beyond the high of where we've fake braked. That would be one thing that would really insinuate a change. And its lack of ability to be able to expand to the downside. As we've seen, expanding to the upside and not so much to the downside. And this is the low of the node, of course. snap back to the low of the node there. We can see that it roughly left the high of the node for a similar distance than what it did the low. It could spend the same amount of time making wicks and spikes out of the bottom that it did at the top. 5 minutes? Testing that node is pretty normal again. It is back to the node. is like a fourth wave that might not have a fifth wave, but instead go up without it. Like a little stop snatcher. Yeah, that's the stop snatcher of the day. Right there. Basically just grabbed everybody at the bottom of the node, and barely any volume is literally forming when we get here. Like, nothing's here, nothing's moving it, nothing is changing. Which is a good sign. Because they're not coming back to stop many people out anymore. That means they can move it. Because if nobody's in, then that means they can't sell. And they're sick of people selling early. Because they have to buy them out if they sell early. If they're to ever see the target. So it's best that they're not in. From what I can see, it's setting them up to be comfortable at the POC again by the end of it all. That's where the people essentially have been providing liquidity, and it'll look like a right shoulder when it gets there, most likely. Curious to see if that plays out, because you know it failed in the opposite direction. You know? And it very well could end without making a proper fifth, because the fifth is supposed to be similar to the first, and under no circumstances did we ever get a move out of this consolidation, which was the same as the second. At no point did we leave the confines of what it is to make a counter trend move in this trend. And at no time did we ever make a fifth wave. We just made the same size as the fourth, and that's it. It was part of my plan. And it's not because I've seen 5 waves being cut off, but it's because it was right for the environment. And clearly, whoever moves the market is also in line with this. And the next time we see one, we don't do this. Because it's not that easy. It wants people to understand exactly how the market moves. And this is how it's supposed to move. That time it did not make a fifth wave, and they found that there was no people in their way. And this is institutional movement right here. 100%.
Beautiful.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you called that out play by play, bro.
Oh yeah. Thanks, man. Dope.
Yeah, unbelievable, dude.
Yeah. You can see the plan. Now, of course, there's some B points in here as well, so we got to watch out for them. But by the end of it all, we do end up back at that blue line, and we just basically took the spike out of the top of this range, and we made it really even, essentially, out of the bottom. And like that distance is the range itself, basically. I like that. I like to see that. I like to see 3 portions. Third time's a charm. It's an old saying. And it does ironically apply in a lot of cases for the Nasdaq. Like how many times did we see this pattern before it failed? We saw it 3 times. And that's it. And like even in a 5-wave move, do you know that there's 3 downwards pushes? And in a third drive pattern, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, which is also 5 moves, but it has 3 lows and it has 3 highs, 3 downwards moves, and 2 pullbacks only. And it's like we see that a lot. We see that process a lot, so it's good to familiarize with it. I also find it intriguing that they managed to do the and then come down to this. The consolidation, the pop out of the top, has continued on to here. We've essentially done this. Sometimes it helps to just take a look without the distortion of the candles. Like it undeniably was consolidating here. It undeniably did move out of it to come back. And then it did the consolidation and did it again. But this one was lower than that one. Where'd that come from? Well, that's a characteristic of this new trend, And that new trend, oof, look what they've done with the angle. Remember, steepness is weakness. What they've just done with that, it's kind of cheeky, really, if you think about it. They've made a trend really, 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 really unattractive that it can hold for a very, very, very long period of time. Like, if we blew up, how long would it take to get to the support? That's my point. And they know this. They're freaking using it to their advantage big time. I mean, like, this was good, but it's not as good as this. I mean, can't get much better than that. It's probably the perfect angle, to be honest, because any much more people will start to think it's flat. And 7's an interesting number because it's so close to 61.8, but that's regardless. Uh, so this is a secondary retest we've had here. Very, very interesting movement. We're outside of the node yet again. Undeniably in a triangle. Still far from the change of the hour. This is my favorite line though. Ultimately the break of this line could prove more. Oops, that one. This one here. The old red-yellow line could be readjusted, but I think that these trends are very, very clear in the sense that they were set in stone, and I just think they're having trouble breaking, and that's not uncommon today with trends that provide the most value when they do break. One pattern that could be interesting to see is sideways up then down, because this one, it can create the need to break out of a channel upwards like that. And we could be interested in doing that. Wouldn't change the fact that we also still have a red yellow line coming from the high like that. It would just have another trend to consider. Could be in the business of making that here. There being plenty of time left in the day, I'm intrigued. And under no pressure. So we have that sideways, up, then down. Basically everything's become a B point underneath the previous consolidation.
Nice spike there.
Mm-hmm. Can't help but notice that the spike that it made out of the top of the gold zone originally, very similar to what it just made out of the bottom of the last move. An appropriate spike, you could say. Pretty freaking appropriate to me because it's done it so many times. I'm like, over here, this is totally the same size too. Suspiciously particular. Why is it that they chose to make that the same size too? Very interesting. Why is it the case that we're running at the red yellow line because of it? Intriguing. Could it be that it has the capability to be associated with major reversals? Because every time I see this, what do we have? We gotta move. You know what move we have? We have this move. Every time. It's that particular. Are we doing it again? I mean, after all, we did do the circle. Can we do this upwards move as well? Well, it seems to be pretty freaking appropriate, so taking one off here anyways, but you know. It's beautiful movement. The sideways, the up, the down, that was the point, to look for the trend to break. After all, we took this and doubled it up, did we not? We went sideways, up, then down, took all of that, everything that we were here, and we've managed to double it and more. My pattern. Won't find it on the internet. I just took a chunk off there. Beautiful. Now, of course, the B points, you know, we got little ones in here and such, they're allowed to hit. You know, everything we've ever done away from that gold bar is returned back to it as quickly as it's left it. Sometimes it leaves it like crap and it comes back like crap, you know, but whatever. As long as it comes back. Now, what could be the price of having went on top of it, right? And then, you know, imagine we did this and we chose to use this as a support instead. Instead of using this as a support, imagine we actually were able to continue on to new highs having not used that as a support. Or imagine we were even simply able to just test it like this and make a new high. Because when have we done that? You know, here? To make a new low? Imagine we got this on the other side and it didn't mean come back to the gold bar. Could that be a signal that this channel is done? Because I'll tell you one thing, we're getting better at leaving it than we ever have been. And we're getting better at poking out of more extremes, getting farther away from the norm than ever before. We're getting better at staying away from the gold from for longer periods of time than we ever have before. That's a little bit debatable, but I'm definitely looking at that as a thing that could taint its ability to do what it does best, and that's get back to this gold bar, because there's nothing it does better than that, I tell you. There's one thing that we shouldn't prevent it from doing, it's that. Getting back to the gold bar. So no stops when we get on top or to be dragged in its path of hitting this level. Now you want to know what's really likely? Is that they make a staircase and it's nice and happy and easy to drag your stop up every single one of the steps because most of the people have been annihilated in the sideways range. And now I think that they're trying to look for that clear skies kind of environment where they've made it undeniably difficult for anyone to remain at a profit long the entire day. Because it just made sure that everybody was at a loss if they chose long, and if they chose to hold with no stop, that was uncomfortable for anybody that was long, right? Of course. Not to say anybody was holding through that spike, but at the end of the day, we saw the value in sideways, up, then down, to be able to go up again, to double this range. That's what it did. If you look back in the recording. Very particular, though. Very particular.
How's everybody?
Hey, what's going on?
Oh, nothing.
It's a lot faster today than it was yesterday. But you're saying you're just what?
Just stopping in to maintain my schedule.
Right on.
I almost jumped on that Lulu offer, but I'm gonna stick to my original idea and give myself time to keep learning. I'm not in
Yeah,
a hurry,
for
so
sure. It's not like they're gonna get rid of any sales. Like, just like, it'll be the next thing, next major thing, what'll it be, New Year's. They'll have
yeah,
a sale, then
probably
after
have a
that they'll have one.
sale.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
should be no rush to get into it.
No
Just take your
rush.
time, learn.
Yeah,
But just as an understanding, like pretty much every event that there is or holiday, they will have a sale. Just so there's no need to FOMO a account.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's how I felt about it. I was looking at it. I was like, I already made up my mind. I want to do it this way, even though
Yeah.
it's affordable and whatever. I still, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah.
With the condition that if it ever goes beneath $2, you got no excuses. So I'm like, what the hell? You may as well just get it. They've done it before, and I mean, like $2 is $2, and I mean, it makes you focus on your practicing more because you put ironically $2 into it, and I mean, because it could manifest into something more. If you are practicing correctly, I mean, you will just be rewarded for it, and I mean, like that's a benefit. So it holds you accountable. But yeah, I wouldn't put any kind of money into it until they have a ridiculously good sale, or until you're like absolutely ready, because that's makes sense.
Yeah, I'm just popping in so I maintain this sort of attitude that this is a thing that I want to do, and I haven't really paid attention, so I feel like I'm interrupting now.
Oh, no worries, no worries. It's been a really interesting day over the past few days. Basically, it's been really slow, and that would mean like many people will condition themselves to believe it's going to be that way for an eternity. So that's like the norm, and a lot of the people today have been pushed out of the way very early. Many patterns have failed all day long because those people that I was saying haven't been here over the past few days literally showed up today. Literally are making every single pattern fail. We don't have one single dead zone of 2 points. It's all tradable. It's all moving with targets. Every single dead zone is either turned into a B point after or a target after that always played out flawlessly. And I'm a huge fan of it. I think there's a lot to be said on days like today.
I had a quick question, John.
Yo, what up?
Not really a question, but it's kind of like I'm kind of wondering like how I could have done this better and like what you would do in this situation. So this first low here, I wasn't able to get on, like that tapped the red zone,
Okay.
and then I did the three trade trifecta on like that second dip, like on the wave two there, like where no, like this little bit earlier. A little bit earlier, like a
Like
little bit back. Yeah, a little bit back, right there.
here?
So I did 3 trades here, and then I've got 2 of them off on that big spike up to like lower my average price, and it'll drag my stop down in profit. Did the same thing on the second low here, but I didn't get my stop too much in profit, and I got stopped out. So like my stop in profit was right at the wick. I got stopped out, and then like I know I broke the rules, but I FOMO'd back in, and I've been burnt like that
Oh,
all the time.
but it
But
worked.
it actually ended up panning out this time, so I'm like, oh shit, because I knew I didn't want to get out.
Yeah,
So I
yeah.
went here, and is all I could have done, I guess, is take off more points and then lower that stop in the profit. Eh? Like that was pretty much.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, you're fighting for the exposure to the break of the trend, and you know you want to be in for it. And the things like that, like what you can do is like, you know, you've been taking the 3 trade trifecta and so on. And if you're gonna do something like, oh, you're gonna like essentially get back into it because you know maybe you sacrifice a contract and only get 2 or something because it is riskier, right? And you know that, and you're like, okay, because I know it's riskier, I've mitigated that risk by taking less size, even though you know, because then it's like you know you're doing something that's a little bit against the book, but you have to persist with something that you know you should be involved with. And if you know that it's going to be institutional movement, like if you know that it's coming out of an environment where it's designed to trap people so that it can reverse without them, you know, persistence becomes key, and understanding that it's not like a falling knife territory at all. It's like an 11 low zone territory where it's trying to screw everyone out with like a tiny low every single, you know, 5 minutes. It just makes a little bit more of a low just to screw everyone that caught the last low. And I mean, it's kind of doing that in this environment here, and we could see that it's an environment where you could assume that every single new little low that's made is being held by the institutions, and like, you know, when we can see that they have like very much precision in the environment where they're like, hey, you know, we're going to make this pattern, it's going to be very sharp, very fast, very quick, and it's going to move very specifically to a specific spot. um, you know that, it's like, can you put profit taking orders at that spot and find a way in to make it profitable so that you can keep your stop at the extreme becomes the question. And I mean, yes, if you've just been stopped out but you know the value's still there, you can sacrifice with a little bit less contract size, because it's like, well, if you miss the ignition candle, then don't buy a contract for the ignition candle kind of thing. It's like you just want to be in, like, and if you're late to the party as well, you have to sacrifice for the fact that, hey, you don't have a contract to take off when it's spiking because it's already made that spike. And now it's like, you know, sometimes in the event that you find, you can make the decision to say, hey, you know, on the short term you've been stopped out right before a really large long term move, and um and if you want that exposure back, you can make the decision to get it back. And many times, you know, if you are following your your plan to get to a specific target, good chances it's going to end up getting to that target. And the small minutia at the bottom of the range shouldn't cost you that exposure. If it is just a couple points at the end of the day, it's not like you're risking a boatload just having a tight stop, keeping that aggression relatively high, and knowing that once you get that position, you're trying to take off enough to make it safe to hold what you have left. And as soon as you do that, it's like, okay, you know, you're in the clear. We have to wait until it stops us out. Wait until it you know, effectively calls us back in for work again. Yeah.
Okay, okay, that's what I like to hear.
Yeah.
It just gets so sweaty too, you know, when it comes down to that whole scenario.
Oh
I
yeah,
was
yeah.
I was kind of thinking, like, I know you said like at some points kind of make 6 your new 3, so to have more, like if I did have more to take off, I could have lowered it, but like even 3 gets me pretty sweaty.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. And it can be like that for sure. And like it depends on how much, you know, of a cushion you've built up. Like it's very, very risky to start with 6 because, you know, if you're wrong on 6, do you think it's right to build it back with 6? You know, it's like undeniably you're digging a hole that's gonna, it's like you start with a big shovel and you have to you know, you dig yourself out with a small shovel kind of thing. And it's like, you're not allowed to go out the same way you came in. That's what it's like. Ironically, it's like that. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
strange.
I'm also kind of like slower about it now. I feel like it used understood. Like it used to be like click, 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 but now I'll kind of click and then kind of catch the vibes, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Because you can afford to be right on that one contract, and it could just go to, okay, this is cushion building. Like I'm adding a small profit, small profit, a small profit, and then after enough of those small profits, you can justify raising your average because you've got all of those small profits. You've proven to yourself that you can have a consistency. It doesn't matter that it's a small profit every time. You're showing yourself that you're doing it right, and you can continue doing that into increasing your size, and being very careful about the first time that you increase your size, making sure that it's a very highly likely area that you're going to be able to take off, the majority of your size soon so that you can retain the majority of that profit. Continue doing that until you've got even more profit, then you let more of that profit run because you can afford to. That's like it's almost like it has to be habitual, because if it's not that way, then it's typically the emotions that we rely on, and it's tough. It's easier to make it systematic like that, and just to have like a plan at all times, for sure. Definitely a plan for it at all times. And over the past few days, it's definitely shown that like the plan can mean, hey, we're in a very defensive, patient kind of environment, and today it was like the play was, to continue um yesterday's trade. Like I'll just go over it real quick what I said today as well. And I was like, sorry, so this was the 29th yesterday, and basically I said since the holiday, the market has been very slow. Every day is a focus to capture and maintain a short hedge for any positions held long-term exposure over the past few months. Tomorrow, there's a Fed meeting where we could see an increase in volatility in the morning. So that's something we could watch for opportunities. But basically, the beginning of the day yesterday, the whole day that I was talking about it, we're talking about uh, the maintaining a short hedge trade for any positions held for long-term exposure. And even though the 16K area has been very slow, it has offered many technical levels that can be used when we leave this area. As well as an insight to the market characteristics that we can see in trends to come after the consolidation. So the way it moved in the consolidation, we could see remnants of maybe fibs that it used or levels that it had, and we could use those to our advantage in the future. And then, what fib patterns have been working or failing as well. Um, we can take that into consideration for the new trend, and it's very important to retain that understanding of the environment, as it helps to identify when things are changing. And and then today I led into that, basically saying that I replied to that message I just read, and I was like, today's full of danger. I'm certain it will lead to the opportunity, but if you hedge the market, like I said, the past couple of days, you can profit off this decline because the day started already down. So it insinuated that the people that were positioned in the best way for today, they didn't short here when the day began. They were already in from yesterday when it was clear to short it. And that's what I said to do, is to hold the short from yesterday. And I was like, but if you hedge the market, like I said, the past couple of days, you can profit off this decline. And also, I'm confident I will capture the environmental change of the day. So don't be discerned with the dangers as I explain them, because it can seem like the individual is helpless in many environments, but you don't have to be the individual. Understand the only way to stay safe is to understand how to deal with the danger. And I'm confident I can show everyone. The big players are back today in full force. You can see with a higher ATR, the average candle size is bigger, and the amount of failed patterns is huge. Like, I'll show you in a second, but just understand that today is good for the people that follow my rules yesterday. The market started down, expected people to be in. And that's the best way to play today, is it was already contained within yesterday's movement. I told you that yesterday. So at the end of the day, that's fine. I wouldn't change it if I had another chance. But at the end of the day here, we can see, look, this is how it started today. 9:30 is like right in here. And the market started on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it went down the entire distance of the pattern. Like, this is a bullish reversal pattern, and it went down nearly the entire distance of itself, just so that it could do another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and end up making an inverse head and shoulders, which is another bullish pattern, to fail. And funny enough, that inverse head and shoulders was so bullish, it even had a 5-wave move as its right shoulder. And I was like, well, no, we were looking for it to fail. And it did fail. The entire pattern almost doubled down again. Wow. And then the entire day could be uh, considered as a 5-wave move in its own, where it too failed. We saw that early in the morning, it was able to present this pattern, which was very, very, very clear, and it managed to do it again immediately after it formed, which we could see again in reverse on another day, and many people will not be ready for it. But this is what it looks like upside down, and we'll be ready for it. We'll notice it. We'll look at it. When people aren't fresh with this even, we'll look at this and be fresh with what it looks like upside down, ready to go. And it became two parts. There was a part that it went down, the part that it went down. I made that the red part there, and that was the downwards portion of this movement that we could see happened in here. And then there was the upwards portion of the movement, which we could see happened in there, to formulate the entire structure that we can see here. So it's quite remarkable. The work that's been put into today is extraordinary with the amount of precision that the institutions have displayed in what I call their show of force, to be honest. And we even saw like today there was descending triangles. We expected them to fail. After all, I explained it on Google and the way that you can see on the internet, YouTube. The design is supposed to double down. When it did anything but that, costed anybody money that tried to get that kind of move. So that's one thing that's clear. Stops kept at the extreme safe so far. For the scalpers out there. And let's put it in perspective here for a second on the daily with no lines. Did I ever say that the buy and hold long point was to be in from up here? What was I talking about down here? You know, it's like, no. Shouldn't affect anybody. It's holding a core long from anywhere in this move where I said to keep the core every day, every day, every day. We're talking about that up here? No. It's up here we end every day with a short, don't we? That's the idea. It doesn't mean you have to give up your long. That's the point. To an individual, it would though, because they can only focus on one position at a time. It's either being in or being out, and you can't hedge against. My neighbors have absolutely obnoxious vehicles. They drive them at like 3 o'clock in the morning. Brutal. Like a freaking rally car or something. Sounds like. Anyways, everything we've done has returned back to the node yet again. One thing like earlier, we've seen that many times we've spiked beneath that node just for it to lead to a spike right above it. I had deja vu, I can't help but tell you. This environment, this entire environment that we see here, from this chop that it all starts at, to the little spike down, to the bigger spike down, to the little bit of a grind. This one was deeper though. But does it lead to a pop? Because I mean that one did. Could I have a W in there too? Yeah, I mean it could. So far, I mean we've been in the business of doing something larger and then smaller. This is the point where it becomes kind of controversial. Because, you know, it was the case that this grinded to a red-yellow line. This one is not. And thank you. That is the downtrend until it breaks, undeniably. Like, I'm a fan of it, making wicks and spikes out of a range like that, too. Where, you know what that means? Like, when we do this, like, we can double it, and it goes up after. It's the same kind of idea as sideways, up, then down. Except it has up, then sideways, then down. It creates a downtrend, always. Don't be surprised if it doubles in the wrong direction. This is what trends do. They don't break into the same direction, they break into the opposite direction. Or else it would be the same trend. You know, because that whole trend is your friend thing is misleading. Because only the new trend is your friend, not the one that you see. Because that's likely going to be closer to the end than the beginning. Contrary to popular belief, people are comfortable getting in late to a trend because they see the trend is there and they think it's their friend. I couldn't help but shake my head. And like somebody's got them convinced. They don't even question that. I'm like, who says that? And they're like, oh, I like the sound of trend is your friend, so I'm gonna do that. I'm like, well, hold on. No. Don't be like that. It's dangerous. I mean, who created that saying? The institutions? Because that's what it seems like. Because the trend that is truly your friend is the one that you catch, and it shouldn't exist yet because you catch the entirety of it. And you decide when it begins because it begins when you make your trade, you know, and that's I mean, what's a better way to do it? If you're to formulate a better environment that you could seek for yourself, what is it good to plan for? What is it good to accept for yourself? Do you accept less? I mean, why if so? You know, that's what I say. You know, it's like what I say is pro you being better, you know? Like it's always like don't go with the norm of, oh, this is a catchy saying and I like the way that sounds, I'm going to expose myself to danger now. Doesn't make any sense. Cuz that's what I see when they do that. Conformity killed the cat, right? So that's the way I see it. Curiosity keeps you with an open mind in this case, and you want to make sure that you are always curious, because if not, then you've got it in one way and you've got one strategy that, you know, is never going to change, and you're not open to any way that that strategy can fail or change or move differently. And I think it's good to see that sometimes the market wants to make a 5 wave move, shoot out the top of the 4th wave, come down and do a sideways up then down movement and try and screw everyone out that caught that, and then it's ready. I'm like, wow, really? I'm like, well, that's what it did. I'm like, well, undeniably, this is what it takes in order to be part of this move. Taking some off here. That was like a perfect exit. Yeah, a little bit of attention at the POC. They need to touch it high, I would say. You know, what is that? I mean, after all, could this be a 4th wave itself? Very well could be. After all, we've, you know, like between a 4th wave and a right shoulder is where I'm at with this. Because I mean, like, yeah, it's like, what is this supposed to be, the left shoulder? Funny enough, like kind of in a weird way. Not gonna lie, it's not an inverse head and shoulders, but it suits the same. I mean, what? Okay, maybe a W instead is what we're fighting for, if not that, because tough. It's tough. I'm indifferent about it. I think the people of the middle they deserve a little bit of trouble, and that's what they're thinking about right now. They're like, how are we gonna get these people again? You know, because look, these are the people that have been treated the worst the entire day. The people that are here, the low of that gold zone. Because like first they were given hope, but it was tarnished, and that was not the best price, and never has been, and never was again. I'm like, well, not to say they weren't given something, but they better know what they were given, or else they've been made into loss, right? That's tough. It's true though, but it's tough. I mean, like, that's the price of not understanding that that was the move it was supposed to give. I'm like, well, that could be said about a lot of other moves here too. Like when we hit the B point and that's all it gives, I mean, it's telling us that, hey, that's all it wanted to give, and everybody's in extreme danger that didn't expect just that. I mean, after all, if you don't make it safe by the time it hits the target, I mean, well, it's just making sure that you're playing the game right. Because it cleans up anybody that's not. You know? It really does. But it reminds me of like, you know, it's kind of the same of what I say every day, but I was gonna say whitewater rafting. You know, there's people that are good at it, but do they expect it to be the same experience every time? No, they're gonna be met with different variables every time, almost certainly, every time they go down the river. You know, the bigger the river, the higher the waves, the more variables, you know, you're gonna have. And you look at the people that are the best at that, and then you take like me, you know, who's gonna be more effective? The guy that's the best, of course. You know, at the end of the day, he understands the experiences of all of the dangers that can come. I don't know any of the dangers. I expect I'm in danger all the time, every moment that I would be doing it. You know, because I've never been through those dangers before. I've been in a tube and stuff before, but it was on a nice like Mexican river and stuff like that. Not anything like that. So it's definitely not any experience that I could say I would have any reliable information that could help me with. But this is different.
That was a good one. I like that.
Yeah. Oh, another thing that I'm noticing here as well. Remember earlier in the day, we had a triangle that was here, and it came back to this point that was flat, and we also had the same triangle, and it came back to the point that was flat there, and it was separated by this like kind of a gnarly consolidation. And this one is the same way. The bottom of the gold bar, the bottom of the gold bar. Notice that it was the top of the gold bar last time we did this. Like suspiciously particular to me. Like, what on earth is compelling? You think the people are doing that? I'm like, no way they're doing that. No way. I mean, it's so precise, so particular, so insinuating that it's finished. I mean, what else is it going to do? A smaller one? I mean, it's done it twice, one on the top, one on the bottom, and it's done the top of the bar, and it's done the bottom of the bar. It's made it precise both times. Change of the hour.
Where'd you get that bar?
Oh, so funny enough, it doesn't look anything like when it started, but when we first started here, there was a node that was literally growing like this big. And I was like, well, we could get this spike out of the bottom of the node maybe, but it didn't make the full spike, but it made a spike, made a couple spikes. It just wasn't treated the same way, and it's not equal really. But I guess it made up for it in the future. It kind of tried to do this here, maybe. Give or take a few points. And now that just jogs my memory. I remember talking about it actually going like this, like it was a spike and it was a spring. And I remember mentioning that we could actually get that spike and that spring on the other side exactly how we did. And what's funny is it looks like it happened in reverse. Like the spring came before the spike. And it happened both times here. The spring came before the spike, exactly inverted to this movement here. And I'm like, well, am I crazy, or is it true that on the top as well here, we had a spike and it had a little spring as well, and that was exactly inverted to what happened after as well? I mean, like now when we see this bar, I'm like, well, now this is in the arsenal. We look for this. We see, I'm like, well, God forbid this happens and we don't recognize it. And we definitely need to recognize it. Because I'm like, you know what's crazy? Earlier, I was like, this is how we do an S-wave. And later in the day, it's literally how we did the S wave again. I mean, give or take a little bit of difference here and there, but the same concept is true that we went up here, we went down big here, and then we finished with a little bit of an up there. And it all came back to the gold bar, no matter what it was doing. The sizes and proportions, they shifted. So remember, it was big on the top, and then it was cut short on the bottom. Now it was cut short on the top and big on the bottom, of course. Like it's literally part of the pattern, and because of that little difference, it can throw so many people off because many people just look at it like this. Where's the range? I mean, it's so hard to see. Like, where is the range? I mean, it's unacceptable to keep it like that. It's not bad to take a look at it every now and again just to see what the chart's like, but then we can see how it relates to the analysis. And it's like, okay, we've seen so much that today's consolidations can be big on one side and small on the other. And I mean, like, this is really getting to me because we would usually do this is the distance of the middle, and I mean it would come out of the bottom. What is wrong with it today? It's not doing that. But at the end of the day, it did it before perfectly. I can't remember exactly where. There was three. Oh yeah, yeah. Was yeah, it was in here. Yeah, we're popping again. Regardless, third time's a charm. Many times today, and you know, the third time we see something, the third time we see a portion, it it ends things, and this is a great time to end things here, eh? Like I think that 210 today here on this range, we should be trying to get out of it. Honestly, I think that the spike out of the bottom sucked, but that's fine. After all, it did have a spike out of the bottom, and it makes it so that it had a move out of the top, consolidation in the middle, and a move out of the bottom that wasn't the same size, sure. It was still a move out of the bottom. And it means that there's no way that you can't not draw a downtrend on that. Like, it's true that it has a downtrend. And it's the last thing that breaks unless we're going to hold it forever. It's like every other 5,000 downtrends that we've seen in the past year that haven't held to this point. Trends break more often than they hold, so Every day we go through trends breaking. There's more trends that have broken than more trends that have held, essentially. There are very few. Like, you look at the trends that we were like born into, where the market was running, and it's like it's been running ever since, and it's like, well, okay, for pretty much everyone, the market was lower than where they were born, or sorry, it was lower when they were born than where it is now. And if you're trading, at least, period, like anybody that's like 18 years ago, the market was lower for sure. So at the end of the day, it's that's the case it is of right now, at least. We're in an environment where it reminds me of going up into sideways, where the entire days was presented with moves out of consolidations that returned back to the consolidations, like at W's or whatever. But it goes to the ability not to do that anymore and take that same consolidation, W or not, and decide to go up into another consolidation of similar size and have the audacity to continue higher. Now, I think we could get these moves before to continue higher, sure. Does it matter? No, I don't think so. But the depth of the moves is going to be sacrificed here soon. My expectations are that we do not make the same typical retracements that everybody's used to. So when you're hedging, you got to be really careful. First of all, if you are hedged, the hedge is in danger of being knocked out within the hour if you've taken it from anywhere associated with this range. And I mean, like, okay, sure. This B point's hit. We have B points down here. Under no circumstances is it safe to drag your stop inside of this gold zone, no matter if you're long or you're short ever. We never drag it into this zone until we've left this range altogether and turned this range into resistance or support. That's when it becomes safe. But until then, it's like the worst place to get stopped out, and it's the worst place to enter. It's not a bad place to target if you intentionally want to target taking some off to make it safe to hold the rest. That's fine, but entering, it's tough. And I mean, this is the first B point that potentially will not get hit in a way that we're familiar with. Sorry, I can't look at that. It looks terrible. But this is not good. Here. I was gonna write fishy B point, but no, that doesn't make too much sense either. It's a dodgy B point, I guess. I don't know. It's not a tainted B point. Yeah, that gets the job done. But the there we go. You know what's acceptable is testing it really closely off of fibs that don't matter. That's one thing that's okay. Like 141, that's okay. You can do 141. That's terrible. I mean, who does that? I mean, it worked earlier. It might work again here, but I don't think it's going to send it through the floor like it did last time. Contrary to popular belief, probably. If they see a 141 hold, people might chase it down. Maybe. That would be crazy, though. How much FOMO would you need to chase what? It's a falling knife that's basically been caught into a consolidation. Where, it wasn't just an average falling knife. It fell on bullish patterns. Like, it was nasty. Like, it tried to hurt people on the way down. Like, I have evidence that You know, they didn't just fall down because a bearish pattern reversed it. They made people buy and then took their money. Like that's what today's about. Crazy. But why would all those patterns fail consecutively? It's like they went through the whole cheat sheet. They were like, which one's their favorite? Well, we've seen a lot of volume in 5-wave moves lately. Let's make sure we start with that one. And we'll get the most people right off the bat. Then we'll move into an inverse head and shoulders, and that'll get another batch of people. And then we'll move into a 5-wave move again just to make sure. You know, and it's like, oh, yeah, exactly. The 5-wave move that was the right shoulder, I'm like, wow, that had the hardest failure of the day. Debatably, it's a double whammy, two bullish patterns in one. All of the people failed. They were like, if they don't see the inverse head and shoulders, they'll see the 5-wave move. We'll get them all at once. And then boom, they did. You want to know what's funny? Is the people that bought there by tomorrow are likely to be up. That's what's funny. Because they just wanted their shares. Most people can't hold through this by being down for all day from that point. They'll fold. And especially with a report tomorrow. Especially if they got into the position not knowing that there was a report tomorrow, then they learn about the report here. Oh, that inflicts fear. Like it typically would, you know, psychologically. It's like, oh yeah, that's a nice surprise for somebody that's down to hear that you're gonna have to hold through a freaking report that could send the market like haywire. No, that's a nice sleep tonight, isn't it? No, terrible. Especially for options traders, it's like they can't even do anything if they wanted to. I'm like, well, all night long, they just have to hope. Because it's all they can do. That's tough. I wouldn't pick for that. That's a tough spot, right? So of course, that's also a steady reminder that there's a report tomorrow and that everything done today is subject to being exposed to tomorrow's report given that you hold it. Now, obviously, making it safe to hold would be one of the conditions in holding it, making sure that it's profitable, making sure that you've taken off enough profit, making sure that you're protected with a stop, and you know, setting alerts is really important if you're holding as well. So you know, and the market's been really good about letting everybody sleep. You know, it's like it's got a red zone and a green zone, and you put it on there, and it stays in there the whole night. It's like, all right, like put an alert outside the red zone, outside the green zone. Let's see if it leaves, then you can be alerted. Choose to, and depends on if it's good for you or not. You know, it depends. If it's good for you, why not just put some profit taking orders where it's good for you? If it's meant to use the range and you're in from one side, no harm in putting profit orders on the other side of the range. In fact, I recommend it, you know, like literally when you get involved with a range to understand that the purpose of that range is to be used and that we should move from one side to the next. Um, Sometimes though, you know, that can screw people up when it goes forever on the green zone and then stays forever on the red zone. Sometimes you get one gyration between the red zone and green zone all day, and the rest of the day is just spent grinding one side or the next. Now, the most common time for that to happen is when we're actually getting into old ranges that used to be used really well, and they're really big. Now, the market might have a really low ATR, used to being in a crappy environment or whatever, and it comes to an area where it used to be really hot, like it was good and movement everywhere and big range. Now it can't even make that range. It takes all day to go from one side to the next. And I mean that would be an identification of the environment showing you that hey, maybe this range needs a little bit more umph in the candles to be able to actually be used. And yeah, it might show us that it's used at the open when everybody's there, but by 12 o'clock, you'd be lucky to leave the, the green zone. If it's like 150 points or something and ATR is less than 10, you'd be lucky to see that range used. So that's a good point, at least. So it would affect your expectations and your ability to say, hey, yeah, even though this range was used a lot in the past, you know, the way that we're getting into it now is questionable. And like, let's say, for instance, you're getting into the range and there's an event tomorrow and it's stagnating for the event. Well, the event comes before the range because you know the event will end, the range won't. That's the funny part. People value the event so much instead of the range, but what we're left with is the range. The event will be forgotten. and all we're left with is the technicals. Everybody looks at what price it reversed. Nobody looks at, oh, the fact that there was an event there. Everybody looks at the best price as, that's the area that should be valued. And what makes that area valuable? Do you think it's what the news says? Well, the news may have jolted it off of that level, but only because that level was supposed to be used. And if we look back in retrospect, every single time that there is news, it influences the technicals to work more. It just makes them clearer, makes them bigger, makes the moves more influential, you could say. So is it not true that the W did form? That this was and could be considered as a similar kind of reversal to what an inverse head and shoulders could do, but it wasn't an inverse head and shoulders. I mean, I just felt the same way about it as I did about a inverse head and shoulders that does work. Like I had the same inclination that the inverse head and shoulders, as strange as it may seem, it was a low with a lower low and a higher low. It did have a separation of a left shoulder, a head that was the lowest, and then a right shoulder that nearly came all the way to the head, but it did not. So that's the interesting part about it. So good, good, good. It came nail-bitingly close, and who was left? The few. And then it was ready to move because nobody was left. And only until everybody's out of the way, at the end of the day, is it interested in moving. That will change as soon as everybody starts showing up at the end of the day. Because everybody's like that. And it's hard to hold a consistency. But it is the case that a few days of slow movement will make people think that they're going to have to endure that on a regular basis, and then they miss part of the moves, and it's true. Like, I see it clear as day. I saw it working in a live environment with people that try to cut corners, and it's true that that affected them negatively. They become imbalance traders and stuff like that. They like the idea of being able to leave for lunch and not monitor the market until the other imbalances come in. And what's funny is I don't think a single one of them is trading imbalances anymore. Because they're all gamblers. My opinion. The imbalance traders, that is. But anytime I've ever suggested a move on the imbalance, it's actually formulated not because of statistical data that's presented, but because of the technical data that's already clear well before the imbalance. New trend has been placed as well. So just like I said before, I like to see a little bit less of this now, and I want to see more of this. Not because it's done that ever, it's never done that today. Never, ever, 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 ever done that today. Every single consolidation it's ever done, it's come back to. Every single consolidation it's ever done, it's always come back to. Not a single one has managed to go sideways and then up. And now we're looking at it doing that. We're looking at something changing. Hey, let's see. PST is an hour after the
It's an hour after
Eastern.
Mountain Time.
Where's
Yeah, you have 3 hours difference from the East Coast. So when it's noon where you're at, or sorry, when it's noon in Vancouver, it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon where you're at. I'm on Mountain Time. That's 2 hours difference from you guys. So it was 4 o'clock there. It's 2 o'clock here.
Sure about that. Okay. So, I mean, we had a wick and spike that went through to the 161 and we came back to the B point, but that's that's pretty much a range of the gold zone here. And I mean, many people would consider like the 188 200 to still be able to bring it back to the B point. In this case, like I think we're going to get to those levels and turn them into supports. Like I want to see a support on this and on this level. Now, funny enough, getting to this level could send us back to here, to this yellow line. Because it's like we're leaving the channel to get to it. There's simply not enough time in the day to meet this level and be inside of this channel. I'm gonna have to get out of it. And I'm totally cool with that. If it blows through the 188, I love the idea of coming back to it to test it. And I mean, that fits in line with my arrows coming back down. And I don't really care if it goes through this a little bit to hit the 188. That's absolutely acceptable. But we do want to be careful with that. These people are definitely interested in taking control for the end of the day. They seem to be able to harness some really cool end of day moves lately. Honestly, really interested in them myself. And you can see like they're playing the game right now, ladies and gentlemen. Like on command. They're here. They just can't help themselves. And it's not because of people unanimously feeling the same way that they're all profiting in unanimous agreement, but the people that are the teams full of specialists that work on Wall Street that are doing this, and the people in the world that really want that clarity before they take action. They won't stop until they are absolutely certain. Because it's one thing to start trading with nothing to lose, but when you have all to lose, think about it differently. People start to get really defensive. Like, just the way humans are. Especially if they don't understand. Oh man, are they ever defensive? You know, they get really defensive the more they don't understand. And it makes sense though. You should be. You know, it's like if you ran into like if I started playing an NHL game or something like that, you know, I'd be as defensive as possible. Like I know nothing of the way to compete against people of that level, so I'm like try to my best to avoid any conflict, you know, because they would win almost certainly every conflict with me. You know what I mean? Like undoubtedly. But like, you know, I would, you know, it's very interesting to think of that like that. And the people, you know, it makes sense to do that because if you get involved with something like say if you're driving a vehicle that you don't know how to drive like a like a plane, it's very dangerous not to know how to do it. Yeah. So same thing here. And I mean, you would be in a very defensive spot. You wouldn't want to make it move at all. If you were in something that you didn't know how to operate and it could potentially kill you if you got it going, I mean, like, what's the best play right there? You know, break it so it doesn't move or something, so you can't risk any kind of takeoff because you won't be able to land. You know, and I'm like, well, that's the way I would think of or something. You know, you get out of it altogether. Don't accept the deal or something. It's it would only make sense. But the more you know, like, what is it to, like, if somebody was, like, they were a pilot and somebody was like, hey, you can have this Boeing if you can fly it away. The guy's like, oh, for sure. What do you mean? Really? I can keep it? 100%. They would keep it because they know how to fly it away. I wouldn't keep it. I would be like, I will die 100% if you don't help me. And just like doing that, it's like many professions, it's a series of small variables that have to be remembered. Like like no matter what you're doing, like even a doctor has to know all of the different variables of the human body, and the mechanic needs to know every variable about the car. And it's like there's a general way it's supposed to work. Every car and every human body, yet everyone is kind of different. Maybe not all of cars, but after usage over a prolonged period of time, you could say that they'll have their minor differences. Sure, they're not going to be exactly molecularly exactly the same. Some of them are going to be different in weird ways, but you'll have a general idea what to do, or how to fix the problem if it is your specialty, right? So that's the same thing here. I think this is like testing the waters here. There's still plenty of time left, so I'm curious, what's the average time that we spend in a consolidation that's this size? Could we be doing that? Well, here, 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 here. We've all got that amount of time. I'm like, yeah, let's see what happens at the end of that time. Does it make what it does every other time that it's finished that time? Do you know that every time that it's finished that time, it's produced a move of this size at the minimum? There's been no time that we haven't moved exactly that distance out. That suspiciously particular or what? Why does it want that distance so bad? And could it be the result of having went sideways for this amount of time? Because that's only what it has been every other time. Does it mean it has to be? No. Could it go sideways for twice the amount of time? Oh, yes, it could, of course. And would that be the end of the world? No, it wouldn't be, but it would mean that things are changing. And it would mean that whatever we're doing at this level is undeniably stronger than what it has been before. Not to say that it has to do it twice here, but it's something that you don't want to have it come out of left field and affect you negatively. Now, of course, it's really hard for sideways movement to affect people negatively that are trading futures because it's a pretty neutral kind of impact. But options traders are suffering every moment that it goes sideways. So sideways movement, it's not like it doesn't have an impact on anybody. It totally does. It has an impact on some of the public for sure. And those are the public that are trying to be, defensive in their decisions. They're trying to essentially get, a lot of them are hedge plays, but many of them are trying to make a quick buck off of a small amount of money. And those are the people that they're going after when they do things like that. And look, it's ending on the time. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. Could we come back to test the consolidation? We totally could. So no stops are to obstruct its ability from doing that, I would say. But what a nice day. What a nice move. Patience is key, and not nearly as much patience is required on a day like today as there was yesterday. Today flew by for me. I don't know, like completely different, completely. I mean, I don't want to say it's more entertaining because it's not really, but it is somewhat to see the power of the institutions, the precision of the institutions, the market, the composite man, whoever, but the precision outlined in the chat, in the group, I am proud of. It's doing everything it should, as far as I'm concerned. It breaks every trend that it should break and gets to every target that it should get to. Very interesting. And yet again, the market starts with a lot of movement. And how many green dash lines have we taken off today? Over a dozen, over two. I mean, this one's hit too, but I'm still interested in it. Not as that B point, but I'm interested in the fib set. The B point can become like blue, like a stale, kind of neutral, not attractive. We'll see what it does. I'm like, well, just remember, midway through the day, right, we did an inverse head and shoulders and it failed miserably down. What if we do a head and shoulders and fail miserably up? to fulfill the goals that I've otherwise outlined. I'm like, well, I do like the sounds of it, and I think that the people that formulated this move, for everyone that could be part of it, which I think is minimal due to the fact that everyone that tried to be part of this move could have been buying at this point, except, like I said, at the end of the day today, the people that lost on that first pattern, they're going to be crushed inside to see that if they held, they would have been fine. They just couldn't hack it. And I mean, this is what it's designed for. It's designed to push people out. It's designed to squeeze them in a weird way. But like the pressure is on, right? Like, and I mean, those that waited feel the relief. And I mean, like, it waited until nobody could wait anymore. That's what I see. And the people that did wait, yeah, there's so few of them that they're negligible to the institutions and they can slip through the fingers. That's fine. That could be you. You know, so at the end of the day, it's not a matter of just jumping in and being able to find something that you can hold all day. That was yesterday. Yesterday there was a trade that could be held the entire day through to today. Right at this high right here. With the untested B points that were all available immediately on a 5-wave move, suggestive of it breaking the trend, coming back to the triangle, going back to the node. Now the question becomes, are we doing the exact same distance out of that consolidation to the downside that we did the upside? Because we undeniably have fallen quite the distance away from that consolidation just to, what, return back to it? Would it be so abnormal? No, it wouldn't be. Especially for the report tomorrow. Everybody thinks it's for sure going to be bearish now. You know what I mean? Like, look at all the people. Look at what happened to anybody that tried to go long today. Unless they waited right until the end, where most of the people would find it most difficult to do. So I'm like, well, seems to be perfect for the people that did wait for the end of the day, or that knew it could take all day. And you know what's funny? Is that's what it did take. All day. And if you wanted to be part of the best move, then you had to take all day to do it, pretty much at the end of the day, because it didn't reverse for anyone any sooner than when it did reverse. And when it reversed with the particulars that allowed to withstand the pullbacks, to allow it to hit the B point off of the 141, 161, whatever. It was a small pullback, and it puts other W's to shame. I mean, like, what is that? Is it done? Like, we usually come off of the 261, 200. Look what we did to this 200. It's not treating it very well at all. And that was my point, because the whole idea that I had was that this wanted to become a support. I honestly don't really care from where, but I do like the idea of it being a 261. And, the main idea is that this turns into support. And we can get back beneath it again as well. That would be a little bit of a curveball, but of course you don't want to drag your stops anywhere within the path of its ability to hit that gold bar. Because is it not true that it's still unsafe so long as we've made like the same spike out of the bottom and the top? What do you think? It's still safe. I mean, like, well, what if we're just making it even? And until we break that point, it's truly not safe. It can't be. So I'm like, well, could that be the distance that we come back to the green or to the gray bar? I'm like, oh yeah, of course it could be. Why not? And I'm like, well, it would cut the 261 short, sure, but I mean, if we have a reason to cut the 261 short, would we be surprised if the market took that reason? I mean, we've been looking for reasons why it's been cutting it short. Now all of a sudden that it presents us one, we're wondering about it. I'm like, that's an interesting point. I don't think we should wonder about it. I think it's very much a danger to reversing prior to the 261. You want to know why I love it so much? Is because the people, in order to get this analysis, will have had to have the original channel, which means they will have had to be here all day. And they will have to understand that there's only one spot that it's made equal every single time. It's been this spot right here. And it's been this spot right here. The high of the gold bar and the low of the gold bar. And it's true that every spike that we've had ever since we left the gold bar has returned back to it, and I expect us to be closer to the end of that characteristic than the beginning. I expect us to be nearing the end of that, and to expect it to return back to the gold bar, to trade in aspirations of it to do it is insane. I think that expecting it to leave is something we've never seen before, something that hasn't been built as an expectation, but something that I expect. Now we're hitting the level, which is not the 227, it's not the 241, it's my level. And it's interesting. And you want to know what I noticed about this? Is two even spikes can end the trend, because do you know what I've noticed since the beginning of this trend? Is that they have not been even at all. And that making them even is new. And that being even with anything could be a characteristic of our new trend. Not this one that's over. Not this one that's over, or any trend that's going down, because which trend are we still under from the top? You want to draw a weird one, but as far as I can see, they're all done. I wouldn't draw a weird one, because you're just going to be like, I don't know what that is. I just like, it's tough. But hey, this level hasn't been given much respect, so I think that it's going to be used as a support, kind of like paying the price, because the public pushed it past that level. They're all being put in their place, I think. That's the way I see it. This level deserves respect, and it's getting it. At the end of the day, the purpose is to turn the gray bar into support. Why is it true that we only have one red candle, and it is to respect our support? Because it was never used as a support in the past. It was always something that either failed or something that always ever had spikes and wicks out of the top of it. To expect it to be different now could be viewed as crazy because we've never seen it before. To expect a different thing to happen out of the same environment is insane, some would think. But me, no. I expect change and I embrace change. I adapt to change and expect the change, yeah. Because the changes are the things that make you the most money. When you can calculate the changes, you get the entirety of what that change is. You get the whole move, everything that it's changed into and everything that it has become, every difference that it ever makes in the future is all yours because you knew it was supposed to change, because you could see the change. And it's like, it reminds me of like a surfer, when they see that there's an appropriate wave to go for, they pick their waves, and it's like, they can choose to do a shitty one, but then they might not be in the right spot again to make a good one, and it's like, at the end of the day, they understand how to deal with every wave as it comes, a crappy one, a big one. The better they are, the more they know how to deal with, right? That's just the way it is. And I'm like, yes, yes, it is that way. I see that. I respect it. I love it. I live and breathe it. I'm like, there's no safety unless you make that the way for yourself, and that's the key. And there's the one thing that makes it that way is the understanding. The fact that you've been on many waves before, you've seen many waves, big ones, small ones, little ones, all of them And what wave are you scared of? What wave is not an opportunity for you at this point? That's what I have to say about it. It's very, very important. So it came back to test the level that otherwise was supposed to be respected, and it showed that it is respected. Now we're testing the 261. What does it do? After all the 261s that have failed today, people will be very indifferent about it. I'm not. I think that it's doing something different, and it's in a new trend, and it has no impact to what it did on previous 261s. And people will think that just because it's a 261, it has to treat them the same way as the last 261. So not true. So not true. But they're afraid to expect a new experience, because I can clearly see it's got one right way of moving. It's the way it's going, and somebody is deciding that way. And they get in trouble if they move it differently. They understand that if they move it differently, they will get a different result out of the people. And the people are so predictable that they move it in a particular way to take their money almost every day. And I go over it every day, as much as it isn't really like the happiest thing in the world. But like, what is the composite man theory? You're only safe if you understand the game as he plays it, no? And I mean, everybody else, if I explain their dangers and how they've been all jumping out of windows and stuff and like that, it doesn't have to be you as well. We understand, like, it's funny. It's like I remember Jim Rohn, like he would say, um, ignorance is not bliss. Like understanding the information of not jumping out of a window, like, because you're going to have gravity and you're gonna fall. You're probably gonna hurt yourself, if not, you know, yeah. So at the end of the day, it's like, well, that information is really crucial. And I mean, to not have the information is insane. Like, oh, look both ways when you cross the street or when you drive through like a cross section or something. Yeah, it's such a thing that you have to do that you've built it into your habits. You don't even think about putting the seatbelt on because you just do it. Now, that's how it has to be with this. You have to find those things that you know you should be doing and make sure that you're doing them at all times. And I repeat them every day, all the time, and go over them in different scenarios as they present themselves. But what do we do with the other things that keep us safe in our lives, and why don't we do them here? And it's like we're so adamant. You won't be caught like in a car with people that you respect and you don't wear your seatbelt or something. You'll be like, oh, they're gonna tell me. They're gonna tell you. Everybody's gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you. And I'm like, and it's like, why not? I would want to know why you feel like you don't want to wear your seatbelt, right? Because it's so dangerous. Just like I want to know why you don't have a stop. It's like the same thing. I'm like, okay, then. It's really, really interesting. But I'm like, it's true. I mean, if you care what's good for the person, you want them to have a stop, just like you want them to have a seatbelt because it protects you from danger. And that's that. But yeah, the 261 held with absolute precision because nobody's in the way to not make it work because they're all destroyed by the end of the day. And it's moving exactly as it should now. Like all of the people in the morning wanted it to move, but they couldn't hack it until now, so they just get to watch it. That is the play. That is the play, and that's the human way, to fall into the same way as everybody else as the institutions win at the end of the day every day. And it's either we understand the game as they play it or we're against them. And they got all the time in the world, clearly. They wait till the end of the day to do things that are the most lucrative, and they don't let anybody else part of it. And wasn't it interesting that the biggest trade of the day wasn't even today? It was held from yesterday, and it was the whole downwards move. Because that wasn't given to people from today. That was people that were still right from yesterday. No better way to do it. These days, as soon as the market started moving again, there's not a single thing that was out of line. Not a single thing that happened that wasn't expected. So, And what's funny is now that people get to see what it does at the 261s, they will expect it to work at the next 261. Where will the next 261 have a gray bar? Will it have a gold bar? Will it have a range? I don't know, but if it does, then maybe. But if it doesn't, well, I wouldn't expect the same thing because it's very hard for it to align itself in the exact same way that it has right now. But funny enough, it has been doing that. Like, what did we start the day with? Like, let's go back for a second and just look at this for a second here. Like, holy smokes, what was this? Because what's the price of not remembering that sequence of moves? Do you know how many moves there are there that could be understood? Literally, and how much time that could alleviate of struggling in the like not understanding the environment and just being in this like state of what is it? Like not understanding? I don't know. But at the end of the day, it's not it's nothing to act on if you don't understand it. And I mean, well, if we see this multiple times throughout the day and then it disappears, comes back in a month, you're going to be ready. You know it. And you know where it's appropriate. You know when it's appropriate. We see that. You know what it's appropriate in? Brutal consolidation. Like this is it reminds me of a Wyckoff that just had a mind of its own. Like the purpose is comes down into a consolidation, consolidates, and then leaves the top of the consolidation. And it did that in a weird way. It didn't follow any kind of the sequence that it usually would. But the downwards move is there, the consolidation is there, and the upwards move is there, and the result was the same for anybody that valued catching the lows. Except it wasn't move for move a Wyckoff. It was weird. It was different. It was its own thing, but it was particular, and it could do it again. I'm a huge fan of today, though. Like I learn a lot out of days like today as well. I love days like today. They show me a lot of the plans of exactly how the people move the market every single day. It's huge, and it'll help with tomorrow. You know, if you think today's difficulties were tough, well, it's nothing compared to what people have been through the past couple of days. You know, if those days wanted to make you quit, right? It's like today's nothing. You know, coming out of a 2 point consolidation, being forced to sit there and and look at it for hours. You know, it's a test of patience. It takes discipline to understand that this is good for you, because it made today easier. Undeniably. Well, at least for me. Maybe not for you, but I don't know. Today, no, knowing that there wasn't going to be any 2 point ranges or anything like that, it helped me personally, like, and gave me energy. Whereas, like on previous days, I could tell the movements that it wanted to give were not worth much, and they didn't have much longevity to them. So it was very much a more difficult time because you had to employ more patience because there was less opportunity. And it's true that there was less opportunity because it didn't offer as much as what it does now. And those that waited for this environment are undeniably better off than those that chose yesterday's environment or the day before as a good environment for them. Now we're doing everything we can to come back down to that gray zone right there. I'll give it a break under now. There's no circumstance where you can allow this to become a loss if you've taken that trade back to that gray bar. I find it could be a little cheeky with spiking out of the top, but that's fine. Just make sure that you've trimmed off enough to be able to withstand it. And honestly, as soon as it hits the gray bar, could it go up again to new highs? Yeah, it could. I mean, I'm a 50-50 on that, which means do I take action on 50-50? No, 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 no. 50-50 is a gamble. I can never explain myself to my future self for taking a 50-50 because my future self is worth more than that. It's not worth a 50-50 chance on your future. That's the way I look at it. So at the end of the day, would you flip a coin on your future? I mean, don't flip a coin on the stock market. You know, at the end of the day, it's the same thing. You want more. You deserve more than a 50-50. There's so many things that we can take 50-50 chances with in life, and we choose to wait for more, and we should with this. Because even when it's a game, do you pick 50-50 or do you wait for a better odd? You wait, usually. I mean, if you're a really risky mindset, I guess you go for 50-50. But 50-50 is not good enough for some people, you know, and It doesn't have to be good enough for you. That's all I'm saying. I did it. Remember, this is what it looked like when I set the expectation. No better spot to have the expectation. Beautiful. So not only did I say where it was going to go to, but the move after was exactly to the point that I specified. Because the people that trade, that move the market, have the exact same range I decided to make my range. And who decides that it should be right here? Do you think a lot of people are going to start their range there? Nah, they're not. No freaking chance they will. It's got spikes out of the top and the bottom. Doesn't look right. Not even. But that's the way that it's placed in here, and that's what happened. At the end of the day, the name of the game was um, times have changed. The effectiveness of the average pullback may be less and not take back most of the blast as usual, but instead resort, or if I put resport, but resort to more than up than sideways, up than sideways. I say this because I expect this, not because it has shown it. And it changed as I ended it, honestly. Very, very impressive. The 261 with a proper response. Where have we seen absolute precision? By the people of the morning tomorrow, they will come back and see, oh wow, look at that 261 respond like that. Could we do that again today? And it doesn't work. But the next time it hits, it's probably not going to work. Next time we make a 261, doesn't have to be this particular 261, but the next 261 could be a bigger 261. Could be this 261 all the way up here. Because I mean, like, what's this? A 127. That's an interesting level. Interesting level. Now it is the case that we're getting very close to the previous node. We can see that the gold bar, was the origin point of this node. And we have indeed taken the entire spike that we made out of the bottom and formulated it on top and more. The average size consolidation was the pinnacle of reversal off of the 261 as it should be. Any hedges made off of that point are profitable, obviously, but still in from previous times too. That's fine. At the end of the day, next time we get to this high, I think it might might have a little bit of trouble, but then it breaks it. I mean, we got some time left still before the imbalance, but it's totally on the chart, and we totally want to start to consider the impact of its ability to centralize, perhaps, for the end of the day. And how many days have we been centralizing for imbalance, and when is that going to change? Because that's definitely going to change. Um, definitely want to start to look at that as something not going to be the same because people will start getting used to it. They'll start expecting it to work for them, and that's unacceptable. So, according to the Nasdaq index, so I mean, I'm not going to try and do that. So I wouldn't expect any of us to try and do that because I see what happens to people that do that, and it's not very good. So let's make sure that we're not those people at the end of the day. And that's good. We want to be repulsed by the idea of falling into the traps, right? Because it's like imagine there was like a really stupid trap on like a game show and you see somebody and they're like on your team and they keep falling for the trap. You're like, how do you keep falling for the trap? It's so obvious, you know, like what do you why are you doing it? And it's like it's like you don't like imagine you're falling for that trap. You couldn't even think of it. You're like, yeah, I see really easily how to get around this and this person can't even do it. And I'm like, wow, everybody's been there before. And it's like only if I could step in for them and do that thing. And I'm like, well, you know, you want to it's you never want to be the person getting trapped if you can see so easily. It's like seeing somebody that's smaller than you. If you're like a big muscular person and you're like, all right, you know, you see somebody small trapped under something that you can pick up. That's kind of like it's very much like a and imagine you couldn't get to them. Like you're watching from a plane that's taking off. You're like, only if I could be there to take that thing off that person, you know? And it would make sense if you could, but you just can't do anything about it. Only if they can help themselves. But it has been remarkably good at getting the B points today. But getting the B points to different levels. Like remember before, it went to a 261 like it did now, and it's deceivingly coming back to a B point, but not the B point of the 261. Interesting. How could a level like this have a relationship with this high over the one that designed the fib? But there is a node here, and it is the POC. No matter what we do in this area, it's subject to coming back to that level. And that has been the case and will be the case until we end this area. And I'll tell you one thing. Since we've entered this area, has it shown us a display of efforts that amount to its ability to leave this range as much as it has now? Like have we ever left for as long and as much as we have recently? You know? That's what I'm trying to say. It's like we really haven't left for as long or for as much distance as we have recently. Like where is this S wave? Wow, come in to play in this consolidation before, even upside down. I mean, you could say that it tried to do something like this, but it wasn't the same size, and it didn't leave the range as much. Hmm. What a solid move down there. This is, what we haven't seen in a long time that we used to see almost every day? Like, what happened to this? Where has this been? Because this is an 8 sequence move capable of making us go sideways for a prolonged period of time in a triangle that makes everyone think it's a reversal pattern because it goes from a head and shoulders, which is supposed to be a reversal pattern, into an inverse head and shoulders, which is supposed to be a reversal pattern. And you want to know what it does? Is it stays here. And it just does that for everyone. And I'm like, that's terrible. That's the last thing that anybody needs that's associated with these patterns is for it to stagnate at the tip of a triangle or go sideways. But that's what it's notorious for, is building a node. And in some cases, we saw that it would go into an expansion. But I'm like, that takes a lot of time. And a lot of people are wrong for so long in that. Like, think about it. When it moves like this into a move like this, how can anybody that's long or short in here survive all of the moves that come in here? At what point Are you going to be safe to be long from the best point in here when it comes to get you, or short from here when it comes to get you? It means that all of these people are undeniably wasting their time if they expect to be able to protect their positions. And it doesn't get much easier for anyone here because they get knocked out on the next move. And if they take this move or this move, then they get knocked out on this move. So when are they supposed to take it? At the end? Here or here? Good luck finding that. How many highs and lows is it supposed to have? So it's like that's a consolidation that can screw people. Just like what we had kind of in here, where it's focused on making patterns fail one to the next. And then the patterns that it does do that work, look what they did to them. They made them, I guess you could say, ugly in a weird way, like a really crappy inverse head and shoulders. And the audacity to make that pattern work like that after having just made everyone suffer, going through an even crisper looking one, an even nicer looking one. That one looks better. And it was at a low point after a big dump too and everything. It was setting up for a reversal, and then no. A lot of people will have bought into that. Obviously not looking at the daily. I mean, it's like imagine, somebody else had to hold you accountable and they would be like, well, you know, what's the excuse for buying up here? And I was saying this in the past few days. I'm like, well, it's just not worth it, right? Because you won't be able to explain yourself, like I said, and I wouldn't be able to. I mean, like I've been there before, and I hate those conversations, right? So I avoid them, even though there's nobody that's going to hold me accountable but myself. So good habit. I guess you just build them after a while. It's like having a coach when you first start, and then you basically hear uh, that kind of the discipline that you've been given at the beginning. It sticks with you through the lifetime basically of doing that thing. Just gonna check this old chart here. And I mean, it's interesting to see there was so much pressure put in at the POC when, I find it ironic that originally the pressure that we had on this range was first on the top and then it was on the bottom. And then they showed us that, it wanted to make those spikes on that top range. And then it showed us that it wanted to make those spikes on the bottom range. It's so equal, so many different ways. Like it did the top first and then the bottom second. And it made everything equal around everything to do with both of those extremes. And then we came into this environment here where I'm like, it's still doing it essentially. And I can see that there was a lot of respect put on the bottom of the range first, and now we've put a lot on the top. Curious about what it has to say about this area. Could it be a good spot for the imbalance? I mean, yeah, I suppose. The middle, it's centralized, and the imbalance is something that could take it away from the middle if it is there for the middle. So, and what if we make an effort at changing the distance that we use to get out of the range? Like no longer making this the relevant distance that we choose to make out of the range. What if we held it? Because now it is the case that the gold bar is working in conjunction with all of these support levels, whereas before every spike that we've ever had did not have that. Didn't have that. It was all below the node. And now we're struggling to get into the gap. quite interesting.
Hey, John, I gotta take off, but I appreciate you, my man.
Yeah, man, for sure. Take her easy.
Yeah. Everyone else, have a good one.
So we're at the bottom of the channel. You can see that it basically tested the conjunction of all of these different levels. Seeing that POC again is something of an interest. That red line above here. See, it's almost at the low of the node. Same distance has been seen out of both sides of the trend to get to this point. The downtrend break, it's likely to be before the imbalance. Spike officially. And now I think the relationship with this E point has come to an end after hitting a couple times. We can take them. They're not use as resistance levels anymore. I think we'll have different ones, like the fibs, the regular ones. 61, the 50. The 61's an intriguing one, but 50 is the high of the left. Now that area right there is like a left shoulder area. Did mention, we haven't done this in a long time. Is one good way of being able to go sideways, do a head and shoulders to an inverse head and shoulders. And it's kind of appropriate. Doesn't have to be very proportional, but move for move, a high with a higher high and a lower high to a low with a lower low and a higher low sequence. And when it's finished, it's completed and can move on. You want to know what's funny? Is to somebody that doesn't understand the movements anyways, bigger movements are typically not favored. And when it moves very, very slow, and like it has been over the past couple days, um, you know, it's and it all ends up back in the middle. It means that whoever does trade is going to be met with, you know, incredible losses if they choose to hold, like frequently. Not large losses, but they're going to be met with frequent losses. It comes back to where they got in many, many times. It stays around 16,000 many, many times. Anybody that made a decision at 16,000 was wrong for a prolonged period of time. Over 2 weeks, it was at 16,000. Oh. We're making that right shoulder. It's working out really well. Trend did break before the imbalance, and every bit of selling pressure that's been into that gold bar has nearly been bought out. And we approach the left shoulder high, as it should, as we went over. It's a good profit taking spot. Funny enough, this was the POC for me a minute ago. I guess I have zoomed a little bit more. Really weird how it's not the POC anymore. I had it on that last picture, like that. The idea was test that from the underside, make that right shoulder. The fact that it's, got this low here, it has a lower low. If we make a higher low, technically we'll have as spaced out of a head and shoulders as we do on the top. These aren't too far off on the other side of the spectrum. Maybe the head's a little bit smaller, sure. But if everything else is the same, does it matter? And if anything, it shows that it's trying to keep the people in from the wicks and spikes at the bottom. And essentially, it overlapped anybody that bought after the trend. Anybody that found value before the trend breaks or before these trend breaks and got away with that and endured the pullback. What is this pullback? Because everything that we've done outside of that trend has just amounted to coming back to it with absolute precision. The market's telling me that unless you position yourself from a place that it respects, it will come back for you. That's the idea. And that's why I keep saying, like, holding from the daily lows and everything is way, way, way better than fighting in a crappy area on the daily. And it means you're going to be waiting to work for longer and, not being paid passively for, a short-term trade that you managed into a long-term one and, put it on the side burner and let it rip. And effectively, that's the least stressful way to go about it. And if you focus on hedging it to the point where you've made more money hedging it than you have in the actual asset, then you're looking pretty good. And why would you ever sell it? What if you made twice the amount of money of the value of the asset? Why would you sell it? At the end of the day, if it becomes so far away that you're able to keep that ownership in perpetuity, remain exposed at a safe distance with the fact that your position's been paid for, regardless of the outcome, it's very hard to turn that around. Difficult to manage environment. But the key to starting that is to knowing the long term move has to be targeted, or the value of the long term move in the first place could be seen, and then it influences you to fight for that short term exposure. And at the end of the day, it's done differently almost every time. That you can't program. Like, I think the market good time with that, about the fact that people try to program a robot. It'll be sure to change what it does so that it doesn't work for the robot. It's just the way it works. And being able to understand why it needs that change is the name of the game. And it's not just one way that it changes every time. How many ways can the market change? And how many ways do you think you have to make yourself familiar with before you can start? That's what I have to say about it, right? So it's like learning different things, being experiencing it. Like, how many games did the NHL player play? How many times as the professional racetrack driver went around the track, you know? And think about the dedication and discipline that's required into repeating the process until they're absolutely confident with every variable that can be thrown at them. And I see it the same way. This is, how many different ways can we make a 5-wave move? It's like, how many different ways can you escape from one end to the rink to the next with a puck? You can move it so many different ways, so many different variables. Little chunks of ice all over the place maybe affect you when you're a little kid. You'd have to worry about that stuff. Maybe not when you're an adult, but still, like, things like that. They're all variables, and they're dangers if they're not understood. The way I see them, it becomes clear every day. And like, now it's just like solidified my respect for taking the time to understand the environment before I get myself involved with anything. I mean, like, that's just, the way it, you can expect to have better results the more you understand with what and to lay it out in an easy to way visual, depending on how you do it, like, planning it is important. And that's what this is. This is the map of the plan, like, effectively, this is the thing that gives us reason. Like you look to the map to find the destination, to figure the path out, and then you go do it. And that's just like this. You look at this first to find out what you're going to do, and then you take action. But a lot of people take action and then try to figure out why. And that's a lot of investments are made because they've been, swindled into this investment or something. And effectively they have to be, you know, convinced to keep it and so on. And I'm like, well, I'm like, what it's happening every day. It's just, a fact, unfortunately, but it's true. And, more understanding is, only, more defense against that happening to you in the future as well. That's like the way I see it. Look at this move. Now we're blowing through the right shoulder high. Effectively, we're higher than the left shoulder. Those are fighting moves, those ones there, because they just basically screwed out a couple people. I bet by people would have had orders at this level to try and short it. And the people at the 61, I'm really curious about them because they just they showed everyone a 261 will work. I am worried for these 261. I'm worried for these 61 people. Sorry. Because their trend is really steep as well. It's okay. It just means that everything that we do past this point, right? It's not good for the people that shorted here. But it's not like it's going to last forever, I don't think. So it's likely to like probably test from the other side. It's allowed to do this in whichever way it wants to, but coming back to test it is pretty normal because it's like, hey everybody, you weren't actually wrong. You can get your position back if you want to. We're actually still just here. Don't mind the fact that we just screwed everybody over. That's what's going on right now. And I'm like, that's tough. That's tough. Because it didn't hold the 61. And how's it going to treat them right before the imbalance? I think the people that decide to trade at a 61 like this are already playing with fire, and I don't know how the market's going to treat them, and I don't expect it to be well. So, yeah, at the end of the day, I could see it's people are protecting the long positions that they've had. It means that anybody that bought when it wasn't like the best price to buy has been encompassed into the position. They've been overlapped. In other words, everything that anybody had to buy from here on out was overlapped with sellers, but somebody bought it back. Do we think it's the people trying again right before the close in the imbalance? I find it unlikely that more people are trying, but less, and more of our institutional friends, perhaps influencing the market to move, let's say, a little quicker than it was when everybody was here, you could say. But, nobody can catch them because they're using the same order sizes they were using in the morning, maybe even less. It's just nobody's obstructing their ability to move it because they've eliminated them all and acquired their positions. And now, with their positions, they can move the market freely to a higher point, and then when everybody flocks back in, they can sell them their positions, probably back in the range. What a better plan to do than that? No better plan to do than that. And I'm like, holy smokes. People are ruthless. And to not understand their plan is dangerous. Or else you'll be part of their dinner. But it totally blew the crap out of everyone that was at the 61. And the whole right shoulder failed up. And that's exactly it. Squeeze is on, essentially. You can see that this move is going to be the end of some people for the end of the day, unfortunately. That is the way it goes, though. The move is definitely constructed by have much power, and they're just waiting for people to try and fight against them so that they can turn them into fuel for their big machine here that we can see is power housing their assets through the freaking roof at low cost and the most effective way possible. without anybody else oppressing them. And that's okay. We do have the imbalance coming up in 5 minutes, so that could be an interesting moment. Now remember what I said about this level. Do you remember this level was the 261 before? We just responded to it again. Do we think we're going to have as much of a negative response? I'd say no. I don't think so. However, anybody that did short the original 261, ironically, is still safe if they kept their stop at the extreme. And of course, anybody that's holding from yesterday is obviously unthreatened by any of these moves and can stay in not having to take a single risk with any single downwards move because you're already still in from the day. As yesterday, the name of the game was to be short for today, and that was clear. 100%. Doesn't mean today will hold inevitably. It looks like there's some pretty powerful players interested in accumulating some assets down. Having hedged correctly, people are going to offer their positions up as they did today, and I think that they've literally seized that opportunity really well. You can see that the closer we get to the riskier time to trade, the more control they have obtained. And do you think that it's pretty clear as to what their interests are? Does it seem like going up right now is winning to them? That would seem so to me. So, and I mean, you know where this is going down is the 127. I mean, what? I mean, these are the real B points. Like, not these other ones we've been looking at, really. These are the real B points. These are the big ones that everybody on the 5 minutes going to see, everyone on 15, they're going to see these ones. And I mean, 127. I mean, what? Look at the potential. Potential's huge. Not just what we've been at, but like let's talk about doubling some of these big moves. And effectively doubling this entire range up does not mean we're actually in a bullish pattern. Like it doesn't mean that that would hold. As much of a nice move as that would be for the people associated with it, it could dump through the floor after. So just be that. There's a report tomorrow morning, and the people that want exposure to that report will undeniably be making their decisions here. And it looks like the people that have control of the market made their decisions pretty clear for the end of the day. And this is how they choose to make it move. They chose to set it up this way. They tried to make this case, and I think they succeeded at their expectations, at their attempt to make the market lack market participants for the end of the day so it's easy to control and contain. Why do they do that for every imbalance? And why won't they do that for an event? Because what is the imbalance? It's an event where they want to seize control for that event, or else who else will? Because if they don't have control, then somebody else will. So it becomes the name of the game to keep that control at all times. And what a better way to be in control than to have all the assets and to have a profitable hedge that's safe to keep until your assets continue making you money. There's no better position you could be in. Truly. Not. You get paid the dividends while you're waiting for your assets to continue. You can choose to take profit on hedges whenever you wish. Having taken profit on the hedge and having it stagnate until it's ready to continue going again is a pretty easy way to live. And I can see that it's not a way that many individuals, but when we look at Wall Street, they name themselves after it. Interesting. I'm like, okay then, well, people are looking in the wrong spots. But the people that are doing it right don't make it known, that's for sure. Because what do you find when you look up trading strategies? You find individuals. Find individuals doing the same thing over and over again, expecting the same results, using the same indicators, the same things, and the same expectations, same results. This is the imbalance. 1 minute before the imbalance here, we're basically just about to hit it. Boom. Huge imbalance. Look at that.
Wow.
Complete control. That's a show of force by our friends on Wall Street here. That is a show of force, 100%. And it's sideways, down, then up, which is a bearish pattern, ironically. So testing the high of this level could be allowed. It's just remember, we're only at the what, 161, 127 on this fib set, barely anything. So we got a lot of potential, a lot of potential. And that was like the cherry on top. They were like, we're gonna make this squeeze interesting. We're gonna make people think they're getting it. We're gonna make people think it's over. We're gonna make long traders sell their positions. And what did they do with that? They bought them all. They made them all wrong. That's what's interesting about it. And they control the imbalance. Clearly. Look at them. So very, 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 very important. Because it isn't the public that all unanimously shows up at 350 to make sure that that's, you know, that they're all working in line with each other when they have no means of communication. And when the majority of the people allow other people to trade the assets for them, it's like there's no way that they're all trading at 350. I could see like that being done before 12. They're all just normal people that want to be done for 4 at the end of the day. They don't care about your positions. When they're done, they're with their kids. You know, that's the idea. This is a blue line that is subject to getting tested at any given point, so we have to be careful. You know, strong enough for me to make a blue and white line. Serious about this line. I don't care how far it gets away from it. 100 points, 200 points comes back to that line. That's the deal. Better to just get it done sooner rather than later, right? And I know this candle started off of that. I don't count that. As much as I'm like, well, okay, it could be a larger move that we get off of it, 100 points, whatever. There's no stop that's safe above that level. If you want your position to hold, then I would advise not checking it above that level because you're going to get smoked, most likely. It's a good hedge target. This is the domain of the people that choose to move the market like this. So is it not good enough for most people to trade at this time of day because it's not good enough for them, or they're scared of it or something? Well, look at what it offers those that do decide to make this the time for them. And why can't you make it yours? And it's like people have so many excuses, but I don't have excuses. Only expectations, only reason, logic. I like to keep it that way because I'm in danger if I'm not. Emotion comes in there. I'm like, whoa, not that's illogical. Yeah, it's like a Chinese finger trap. You know, the more that you struggle to get out, the more that you dig yourself in. That's that's the price of not acting on clarity. As of right now, we're basically hitting a large long-term 188, and it's trouble, all trouble. What is the price of fighting against the people we're seeing control right now? I think we've taken this range. Remember, what did I draw like 5 minutes ago? Did I not talk about this? Let me control Z. Oh, well, setting. Can't get those squares back. But anyways, to draw them. If you look back in the video, you'll be able to find the imbalance. Quite effective today. I remember the last time we had a 100-point imbalance.
So many moves today. Unreal.
Unreal. That's the trend. So it totally took this range. And you want to know what's funny? Is most people will assume that in the past, because they've learned, maybe how channels have been like, oh yeah, you're going up and, it ends by breaking down. Well, this one, it didn't. It ended by going up, but it was the expectation that we double this back up, as I drew with white lines not too long ago. And I'm like, who's ready for this? Anybody ready for that? Because that is something we haven't ever seen here today before. It's something that we saw in the morning that can be capable of forming when we're doing it in an upwards direction. It's exactly inverse to what we were doing before. And could we do that again? I find it suspiciously particular that it chooses to be roughly the same size. Maybe it's not done yet. Maybe it chooses the 261, because you want to know what's just up there in that green right there? The 261. And yeah, sure, if it misses it by that green zone, am I going to complain? I know they can do what they want with this move and they win 100%. And fighting against them is very much suicide. Hedging with less than half the position size is the only safe way to get exposure, in my opinion. That even though there's a lot more downside that's on the table, the next major downturn to come will likely wipe out all of the upwards movement that we have from this point on for months to come. But we'll deal with that when it comes for sure. And we're coming into the end of the day, like literally flying back up through to 188 to hit a 200. If we hit the 261, it'll surely come back to this level. I think it will. Now you want to know what these levels were? Do you remember when we were in this consolidation before and we were trading in this area? There were two triangle. Oh my goodness, it's so long ago. Kidding me? Maybe you don't remember, but if you do remember, they both started with this movement right here, and it went like this. And then this one here, it was a bigger version. It went like that. And both of those levels were this point right here. I remember clearly that this point right here was also this point right here. I was like, wow, really? And they both had so much to do with the triangle. And I like that. I remember that. Those two blue lines remind me of that every time I see this, and I'm like, okay, I think back to everything that was going on in that environment, and remember what it was like, and I start to think, okay, what are the things like right now? No, like, what are they like right now? And is anything similar? What's different? And is it, if it's similar, then how similar? What is exactly similar? What is slightly similar? Some respect for this level after having responded negatively to the green zone instead of the 261. Interesting that that was an expectation less than a minute ago as well. We could see that we were looking at the 261 and there was a green zone below it. It could have been responsible for the reversal over the 261, and it was. At least it was showing us in the micro movements that that is what it thought first as well. Doesn't mean that we're not going to get to the 261, we probably are, but I'm just impressed to see that it acknowledged that first, because it was a correct thing, and anybody that expected that to happen could have benefited off of its accuracy. Now, I know it's not an incredible move or nothing like that, but this could be the daily one day, and you'll be pleased to understand how it moves if it's only candlestick to candlestick, and you do understand it. These candles could equal to 1,000 point candles one day in like 2050 or something like that. You never know. And it could be the daily chart, and it's exactly the same as this. But will you understand? You know, that's the important. You might remember this. Be like, oh my goodness, I've seen this before. It was on the 1 minute though. And you want to know like things like this. The market will test you and see. Do you remember this? 3 days from now after having not seen it. Because it's this clear when it does happen. Just like this. And every moment that it's doing that, it follows a sequence that it expects people not to be able to survive. Because it effectively puts the people in the place that do not benefit them if they do not understand that it is doing this. And it's within human nature to fail at this, ironically, unless you understand how it's supposed to work, just like many other patterns. And the only reason why they happen is because they're effective, and not because they make people that don't understand money. I won't accept that for 2 seconds, right? You know, we don't work hard for luck. That's not secure, right? Like you might like really imagine it all came down to luck, all of the hard work. I mean, that wouldn't be secure. You couldn't say to the people that rely on you that that's what's up. The way that we're treating this level is very interesting. It's the end of the day, so I think that, you know, getting stagnant at these levels is something to consider. We do have the report tomorrow. It could be at the B points for the beginning of the report. I think that that's a risk of the overnight session. But with that being said, very interesting end of the day, and hopefully you guys have a wonderful day, and I'll catch you guys later.
Sounds good, John. Appreciate it.
Yep,
Bye, guys.
anytime.
Curious.
Have a good one.